𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀁. Blessings of the day. My name is Shakka-Ahmose, and if you know me, if you've been here before, you know this is going to be it's not going to be a 2-minute ride. It's going to be a journey. The culmination, somewhat of a culmination, because there are other presentations coming that are reflective of the same topic. So I don't want to call it the culmination of this topic, but it's the culmination of this particular series, which is the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline. And so my name is Shakka-Ahmose. I'm going to try to stop saying so much because it drives me crazy when I hear other people do it. It just shows you how unpolished they are. And I can certainly confess to being unpolished. See, I just said again, right? I just did it again. It's really that long. So things I got to work on, right? Welcome to this particular platform. You all know the name of it. I just did it again. Okay. I'm still just setting up some things so that so that things run smoothly through this process. Most of you that are familiar with me already know that it's very rarely that I'm up here for 5 minutes. My presentations are usually absolutely long form, extraordinarily long form, especially if you're watching this. There will be shorts and snippets and things of that nature that will be forthcoming that you will be able to find on other platforms such as TikTok, most likely, and other platforms, Facebook Reels, so on and so on. But here on YouTube, where I can leave it all on the field, I'm going to say everything that I feel needs to be said, and to round off this series, I'm going to recap a bit so that the ultimate question that I ultimately lead into will make sense to you as to why it is the ultimate question, why it is the central question around which this whole matter revolves. So I have a few rules. I don't have many rules. It's kind of like I tell my tenants, I don't have a lot of rules, but the few rules that I do have are non-negotiable. And so the same is pretty much true here. I don't have a whole lot of rules, but the few rules that I do have are non-negotiable. The first is, in the chat, please keep the diatribe and the discourse and the exchanges and the discussion on the topic that I am discussing. If you don't do that, ultimately you will end up being a distraction to myself, which is not something that is beneficial to everyone wanting to learn, okay? Be an asset, not a deficit. That's all I'm saying. Be an asset, not a deficit. Be a blessing, not a liability, if you're in the chat, right? Because what I'm doing, you know, a lot of people watch you do this, and they don't realize how challenging it can be, especially with what I do. It's not easy, right? Even just the physicality of it. You really have to be in much better shape than you think to be able to show up prepared to do what I'm going to do, because speaking takes energy, and it requires really very much so an athletic disposition. At least I think so, from my perspective. At least for me. Let me put it like that. For me, it requires an athletic disposition. Other people might get up there and it's no big deal for them. They just blah, 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 blah. It might be because I place great value and high priority on what it is that I have to say. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here, right? If I didn't think that what I had to say mattered and had any importance or had any gravity to it, or if I didn't think it could make a difference in your life somehow, some way, and I'm going to address that in a second as well. In other words, who this platform is for, who this presentation is actually for, right? Because if it's not for you, there's no need for you to be here, and I don't want you to waste your time. But if you fit the description of the person or persons that I described, then absolutely, this is, you know, where you want to be. Anytime you get the fortunate occasion of me presenting, of myself presenting. So let's see here. Let's just finish up setting up, and then we will get started. I have some rituals here in case you're new to the platform and to the channel. One of my rituals is when I do live, I give deference to the people in the chat. And the reason I give deference to the people in the chat is because they're here with me going through this process. It's their energy and their participation that helps me get through this process, because if they weren't here, I would more or less feel like I was speaking to an empty classroom. Nobody wants to go in an empty classroom and give a class, you know? That's one of the reasons why I don't do pre-recorded videos, because it's just me and the camera in the room and no one else. You know what I mean? So let's see here. And Uncle Johnson Neb to all of you who are present here with me for this particular ride. For those of you who would like to show your love and your support, I am a Cash App warrior, and YouTube super chats don't really carry great value because YouTube takes most of that. But if you really want to show your support and keep the wind under my wings and under my sails, please use the Cash App, which is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Okay? And for those of you who need to see it, what I will do is I will put it on the screen, because I get that question right when I'm in the middle of presenting. And so rather than wait till I'm presenting to put it on the screen or to alert you to it, I would rather do that as we're getting started. Okay? I don't think that this part 5 of the series will be anywhere near as long as the first 4 parts, only because part 4 was supposed to be the end of it. It was supposed to be the last part of it. If you haven't seen part 4, and for those of you who don't know, let me just put this on the screen because I never know what people see or what they're aware of. Let me just put this here right now so that, let me see, here we go. All right. So this is, right, here we go. Hold on a second. Right. Here we go. Here we go. I think. Here we go. Let's do this. Boom. So for those of you who don't know, I don't know what you can see or what you can't see, but this is the title of the of this evening's presentation. The Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline, Part 5. A Shakka-Ahmose presentation. Oh yeah, absolutely. I did cut off presentation. Okay. So what it will actually look like. Oops, here we go. Here we go. Right. So, all right. Right. So what it will look like is this. Right. Here we go. Ooh, there we go. So that's the title of this evening's or today's presentation. I don't like to set time zones because everybody's watching this from a different time zone. There will be people watching from the UK. There will be people watching from the US. There will be people watching from Africa. There will be people, which is always very special to me. There will be people watching from Chicago, California. There will be people watching from Texas, from Baltimore, from the Bronx, from Brooklyn, County of Kings, where I'm originally from. And I'm a real New Yorker, a real New Yorker, right? Whatever that means. Man, it definitely carries some meaning, because if you're born and raised here, like I have been, you know that there's some truth to that when people talk about being a New Yorker, right? Yeah, absolutely. So as part of my deference to those people who are riding with me through this presentation, those people who are present with me, I don't ever want the viewer to feel as if I'm ignoring you or as if I'm distracted. But because there are people here, before I actually get into the presentation, I'm going to look into the chat to see what people are saying, because it would be rude for me to ignore them if they're here with me. For those of you who are not here with me, who are watching this at a later date, you have the luxury of watching it at your own leisure. You can forward, you can rewind, you can put it to where, whatever, because you'll see the presentation on the screen. Once I shift screens, you'll see the presentation on the screen. But for the people who are here, it would be rude for me to ignore them. So I'm just going to look into the chat, see who's here, greet them. And it also gives you an idea of what type of presence this platform has, right? One of the things that people may not know about me is, to use YouTube language or parlance, I am a veteran influencer. I've been doing this longer than perhaps a whole lot of people. And a lot of times people will look at my following, which, by the way, this would really mean a lot to me, because I'm right now really focused on growing my subscriber count. So right now I'm at like about 20,000 subscribers. People are like, only 20,000, because most of the platforms that I've appeared on have absolutely millions of followers, including the platform in which most people came to know me, that had hundreds of thousands, millions of followers. What I came to realize over time is that while my presence was building up the subscription of numerous other channels, there was nobody, I guess, minding the store on my own channel. I was so busy moving around other platforms that I never really focused on, let's see here. Oh, this is very important. What I'm going to say here is very, very important. When you are making a statement in the chat, this is extremely important, because I don't want you to get banned from the channel. When you're making a statement in the chat, please address who you're talking to. Because if you're talking to someone and you're saying something that may not necessarily resonate with myself, I'm going to think you're addressing myself. And if I'm thinking that you're addressing myself in such a way that you're trying to detract me or derail me from what I'm doing, then I'm just going to neutralize the problem on behalf of everyone else who really just wants the information, who just wants the knowledge, and who just wants to learn, and who just wants to evolve in their own understanding of things. Okay? So for those of you who don't know me, again, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. I am a research specialist. My forte, if you will, is, or my specialty is antiquity, particularly with respect to religious history, or what's actually known in academic parlance as history of religions, with an emphasis on ancient Egypt, or Kemet, and its relationship to Christianity, and particularly the Black church. So this has been an area of study for myself for well over 30 years. My preferential approach is academic. Occasionally, I may, in pursuit of, I guess, enjoying the process, because of the advent of AI, I have lately come to appreciate and not necessarily rely on AI, but I've begun using AI in such a way, such as ChatGPT, Google AI, OpenAI, or even Perplexity, which has just recently come to my attention. I've begun using these in such a way not to rely on them for things that I already know, but what I like about them is I like the way they neatly format the things that I already know, so that when I'm exposing you to them, I can present them to you in such a way that it's almost like a universal language. That because when people, we all have an aptitude for familiarizing ourselves with the cadence and the tone and the speech of AI responses, right? So that it's one thing for you to hear it from me, but when I show it to you, and I make these little memes, so to speak. So it's just basically a screenshot of the AI, and I just put it on the screen and I let you see it. Quite often, to impress upon people the veracity of what I'm saying, I'll actually repeat the search live while I'm on camera right in front of you, so you can see that this is not something that I am manufacturing or making up, and that the AI will take you right to it. Right? At some point, I'll begin putting the links, perhaps, or at a later date, I'll begin putting the links of the things that I show you inside the description. But I'm also going to be consolidating my graphs and putting them in a in ebook format, so that you can actually purchase them and have them for yourself. So you can, that way you can have all of the knowledge without all of my superfluous commentary, right? Because I can get rather loquacious at times, because number one, I'm passionate about the subject matter, and then number two, I'm passionate about the subject matter. Good, bad, and ugly. Good, bad, and ugly. I always remind people I'm not a perfect person. I don't pretend to be a perfect person. There's a lot to be desired about myself, and I'm extremely rough around the edges. There's nothing polished about me at all, and I don't apologize for that. I'm just giving you a trigger warning, forewarning, that I can be rather sharp, unforgiving at times, and I'm going to use this presentation to practice curbing some of that vitriol that I sometimes have for persons and views that I feel are just unacceptable and are injurious to people overall. Okay, so I would say one thing I can say, anybody that watches this channel can say and will tell you, is that my platform is different from all other platforms. My presentations are different from all other presentations. And that's usually because the standard of knowledge that I subscribe to is usually well above what you will encounter on other platforms, be they black, white, or in between, right? Male, female, whatever. And that's just my distinction, right? As I mentioned in one of my former, here we go, folks, I appreciate the YouTube chats, but it's the Cash App that matters, and it's pinned to the top of the, oh, I like that. I appreciate the super chats, but it's the Cash App that matters. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat, because that's the support that we actually see and receive. Okay, so I'll put some things on the screen so you guys can get some insight as to what's going on. All right. Peace, Yap and Cry. I appreciate you and love to you as well. Very much so. All right. Right. Yap and Cry. Yap and Crow. Okay. Love this spot. What's up, Shaka? Funny enough, this pops up while I'm in church making this hedge. Knowing all this is can't let my musical talent go to waste. Woo! I had to get that one. Certain comments I will screenshot. That one, you can read it for yourself. That's a screenshot and a half. What's up, Shaka? Funny enough, this pops up while I'm in church making this hedge. For those of you who don't know, the term hedge means money, right? In fact, I often teach as I go. So right in the middle of a session, I'll just break out into teaching something that wasn't necessarily planned. So just so you can see what hedge means, because I'm pretty quick with bringing up. Here we go. Right. So yeah, I'm pretty quick with grabbing the data. Like I have this love affair with data. My love affair with data is not just because of data itself, but because of my pre-existing knowledge. Right. My pre-existing knowledge gives me a special relationship with data that many people don't have. So particularly as it pertains to the subject matters of my interest. So this is what hedge means, right? It means money, right? So when he said he's making his hedge, those are the glyphs for what you call the hieroglyphs or the 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓭𝓫. It's an ancient African script, and it's an ancient African language. It's called 𝓈𝓿𝓿𝓭𝓫. In vulgar parlance or in colonial parlance, you would call it ancient Egyptian. Okay, and this is the real stuff. This is not the conspiratorial new age spiritual kind of stuff. I don't really subscribe to that stuff. My worldview is grounded in academia, and it's because of the family that I grew up in. I was raised by a mother with 3 degrees from 3 different universities, 3 different colleges, universities, and actually both colleges and universities. And because of that, my it's like ecosystems and environments shape all of us. And so while it was my mother who was attending when my siblings and I were children, just being in that environment, it kind of gives you a predilection for what you respect in terms of standards of knowledge, right? That doesn't mean that sometimes I may not lowball for the sake of proving a point. I'll do that. I'm prone to that. But for the most part, because I respect people investing their time with me, I make it my business to make sure that the information that I'm presenting is something that they can really sink their teeth into in terms of being exposed to discussion, discourse, and data and information and knowledge that for the most part you've never seen before. Those are the things that I really delight in, teaching people things that they've never seen before or heard before. And one of the things that I find disturbing, however, is that there's too much of that exists in terms of a relationship with the Black community at large. There are too many things that Black people have never seen before and have never heard before that are really almost commonplace and common parlance in the language and culture and worldview of other people that we coexist with. And I think that that is at our detriment. It's not healthy for us. You understand what I'm saying? So what I try to do is I try to expose Black people, particularly these days. I am very strongly of the opinion of the, not the opinion, I don't care for the term opinion. I'm very acutely of the perspective that Black people suffer from a vocabulary dearth, a dearth of vocabulary, particularly as it pertains to the things that we portend and pretend to say that we believe in, and that we, when it comes to beliefs that we claim as our own. Like I sometimes chuckle when I hear a Black person say, "Oh, don't talk about my religion," as if, like, sweetie, you had no hand in creating this religion. It's not yours. Okay? It's something that has appropriated your mind. It's something that inhabits your thinking space, but it's not yours, right? You've just been colonized and you don't know it. Okay, so people who are colonized often claim the colonized mindset. They claim everything within the colonized mindset as their own. See, now that's a bar. I've never said that before, but when I'm thinking in action, those are the kind of things that you'll encounter and hear me say. So, but this is true, and feel free to repeat it. In fact, quite often when I like to academically troll people on Facebook. I love it. It's my favorite pastime. Because Facebook is one of those things that really show you, especially when you go into threads, how people really think, and you can engage them in the way I like to engage them. I like to prod, poke, make you think, see what you're going to come back with. Are you hypersensitive? Can you hold your own in an exchange, right? Or are you going to succumb to your favorite drug of choice, which are your feelings and your emotions, right? And there are certain demographics that do that more than others. However, in any event, and often I'm like super brain farty. Like if it'll be like 1 minute I'm just like da-da-da, and then like whoop, gone. That's usually because my mind is moving very quickly, and so if I like even right now, if I attempt to slow it down, you'll see it visually. It'll show up on me. And I don't want to give that impression, but sometimes I have to do that. So, oh wow, next month. Wow, that's a cool one. I like that one. That was awesome. Shout out to you. I appreciate that. Absolutely real radio talk with Guess. That's a queen. Oh yes, she doesn't know this. She's actually one of my favorite people. I've never told her that. But the cat's out the bag now. She knows. But she actually is one of my favorite people. I don't really interact with a lot of people, just for whatever reason. And so when I do encounter people that have kind of like a certain vibe that's not like other people's, I'm kind of drawn to them, or I just, how can I put it? I just appreciate them. That's all. And I think I enjoy and I appreciate unassuming people, right? I guess maybe the kind of people, if you walk into a party, if you walk into a party or wherever, I'm usually seeking the person who's like up in the cup by themselves, just probably feel like I do, like they don't fit in, or they're just comfortable in their own skin and in their own world, and they don't need to be a part of all the hoopla. Like those are the kind of people I enjoy bumping up at. Not that I even go to shindigs or anything. Actually, I'm going to start making it my business to start going out this spring coming, this springtime coming. And yes, this is live. It is 2026. It is the end of January. In fact, oh wow. Okay, let's see here. So I'll just keep, but I like this one. That's a done. You can consider that done. Okay. By the way, if my teeth appear rather dark, it's because I'm sipping on hot cocoa with a whole lot of other stuff, nutrients in it. So yeah, it is what it is. So here we go. So let me see what other people are saying here. Okay. All right. Shout out to Buffalo, New York. All right, our Bones 57. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I know it got to be real cold up there. Crazy, right? Here we go. All right. And here, let me just let you know, if you're not familiar with this platform, here, that term, Hotep, and peace and Hotep, Nata, and Hotep to Yabet as well. That term Hotep, we respect it here. It is highly respected here. It's not even disrespected here in this ecosystem. It is highly respected. And as such, for those of you who don't know what Hotep means, because there was literally a conspiracy against the term. So I'm just going to let you know what it means, just in case you don't know. Okay? Let's see here. All right. So depending on how you spell it, there are two definitions. Or rather, depending on how you spell it, there are two primary readouts, if you will. So all of it's not going to show up here because when it's too long, it'll cut off. Here we go. So this is what Hotep means. All right, take a screenshot. Okay. All right, Hotep, satisfy, make content, pacify. It also means occupy the throne. It means pardon someone. It means to be at peace. It means peaceful. It means become calm or to be pleased with. Be happy. Be gracious. right? To be gracious. And it's also a subdivision of a file or a group of people working. Like when they were building what we call the pyramids, and they had work teams. If you had a particular file or a sub file, they would be referred to as a hotep. Okay, so that particular sub file would be referred to as a hotep. So that's one definition. And by the way, it got cut off at the end. Yeah, fallout of it also. Yeah, absolutely. Your hair falling out. Okay. Let's see. So here is the other definition. This is hotep from a different spelling. I don't know how much you'll be able to see. Probably won't even be able to post it because it's too long. Right? Okay. All right. So this is the other definition. Here you see it has 3 characters. To be pleased with, right? Be happy, be gracious, to pardon, to be at peace, to be peaceful of years, become calm of the sky after a storm. So when you see the sky become calm after a storm, you just look up at the sky and say, hotep, because that's what's going on. It's peaceful, it's calm, right? It means to rest in, right? Or to go to rest, or to set of the sun, right? You use the term hotep. That's what this means, right? Most people use it in a very colloquial way because they're unstudied and they don't know, and yet they're experts on the term, right? And they try to make it a pejorative, but it's also a very sacred term, right? Hotep em ankh, right? The set of the sun, right? It's, go to rest, to pass away. When a person passes away, they're in a state of hotep, perfect calm, perfect peace, right? Hotep ibhor, be well disposed towards, right? So if there's somebody that you like, right? You see someone you like or someone you appreciate, or just somebody who you got good vibes with, you just say hotep ibhor, you know? So language is important. Everybody else has their own languages. For some reason, African people are afraid of their own languages. Yet the people who oppress you and rule you and have everything, they embrace their languages. In fact, they resurrect languages that weren't even theirs and then superimpose their orthography on those ancient languages. But whatever, different axiologies, right? It means to satisfy, to make content, to pacify, to occupy the throne again. And Hetep also means heritage, which is a very important subject matter that I think we should all appreciate, right? It also means to rest in a tomb and also to assume a title, right? So I just wanted you to know these things. Okay, now you know. If you didn't know before, in fact, hold on 1 second. I have someone who actually said that for me. Where is she at? Okay, here we go.
Bet you didn't know that.
There you go. Okay, all right. So, and she might want to tell you that one more time.
Bet you didn't know that.
There you go. So now you know. Okay. All right. Shout out to TC Eckerson, aka Sinesh Shat. Here we go. An integral part of the Bet Ahmose, the House of Ahmose. Here we go. So here we go. We're gonna hide that. Okay, we're done with that. Let's see. Let's see what else is going on in here before we get started. So tap family. Oh yeah, wonderful, absolutely. You're gonna appreciate this one, Raccoon Slayer. That name cracks me up. Some of the names of my followers are hilarious. They are, some of the names are really, they're insightful. They're funny. They communicate a lot. I have a very intelligent following. Very, very bright. That's one of the things that I really enjoy and appreciate about the people following me. Very bright people, and they're very special people in my life who are really very much a part of the Bet Ahmose. Like, I'm the person who you see out front, but there are very real, substantive benefactors of the Bet Ahmose who you will find who are watching this. They may be watching it at a later time, but these are people who make sure that you receive presentations like this. And one of the ways they do that is by making sure that I'm okay. And that's a very big deal because, like I said, this is a lot harder than it looks. You know, it's a lot harder than it looks. Don't let nobody lie to you. It really is, right? And maybe for some people it's not. I can say for me it's a lot harder than it looks, right? So, okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much, Uncle Jason Neb Nehem. I appreciate that. For those of you who don't know, what Nahim means, if you want to know, I told you, I think I'm addicted to teaching. I really do. It's this, like I said, it's the family that I grew up in, right? Here you go. If you want to know how to say thank you, right? In 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓, or in 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓, which is the speech of Kemet, right? In the speech of Kemet, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓, you would say this to say thank you, right? Nahim, Nahim, okay? That's how you say thank you, okay? It's one way of saying thank you. There you go, okay? And again, Nahim, okay? So, all right, okay. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, absolutely, no question. This has to be touched on. And here's the beautiful part about it. The beautiful part about it that makes me feel good is that no one can say after I've presented that they don't know. Prior to me presenting, there are a lot of people who can say they didn't know. One of the things you'll find, there are a lot of people that like to deconstruct the Bible and deconstruct Christianity, especially in the Black community. They don't realize how much there is that they actually don't know. Like, they really don't know just how much there is that they actually don't know. And to someone like myself who has the kind of insight that I have, particularly as it relates to being of African descent, I am overwhelmingly fascinated with what has actually befallen us. Such so to the point that I'm amazed that I still see us so much under the spell of what has happened to us. It's alarming, it's disconcerting, and it's disheartening, but it's also fascinating. It's extremely fascinating. But you can't really be fascinated until you know what it is that has actually befallen not just the world, but the world in general, but specifically Black people, specifically because we have our own unique history, we have our own unique lineage, particularly those of us of African descent, right? As a person of African descent, born in the West, born and raised in New York, I don't take any issue with African Americans who embrace their native lineage. My African heritage, my African pedigree is what resonates with myself. It's the culture that I was raised in. I was, like I said, I came out of a pretty unique home, to say the least. So let's see. Let me get through this so we can get to it. Let's see. Absolutely. All right. Shout out to Lolos Black. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Oh, fact. Absolutely. It is a thing. When you run into real New Yorkers out of town, we always vibe. Yeah, it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Absolutely. Like I said, Uncle Jackson there to my people from London. They're going to be watching from all over the world here. That you can guarantee. Right? Right? Shout out to you, Retain Ascension 94.6. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that. Absolutely. Very much so. It's, when you were raised in the kind of environment that I was raised in, and I think one of the things that really impacted me growing up in First World, ASCAC, United African Movement, Black United Front, all of these Black institutional vanguards, right, which is what I was raised in. And I'm talking, I'm born in the 60s, raised in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Growing up in all of that, I still have to be reminded that I'm part of the first generation, which is Gen X. I'm part of the first generation of Black people to have full rights in this country, right? Gen X is the first generation of Black people that literally have full rights in this country. That, I, I mean, were the vestiges of segregation still around? Very much so. In the late 60s, oh yeah, absolutely. 70s, yes, but it was at a time when this country was transforming to to the things that many of us take for granted now in terms of the freedoms that we used to have, right? So, but I really appreciate that Retain the City 9406. Growing up and coming out of those ecosystems, there's always this obligation to reflect what they stood for, sacrificed for, and represented with integrity, respect, not always perfectly, right? Even the culture that we seek to be emblematic of was not a perfect culture, but it was a culture dedicated to perfection. So for you to understand that about Kemet, you should. It was not a perfect culture. For those of you who don't know what Kemet is, Kemet, I'll show you what Kemet means. Most people think it means the black land or the black country, which is incorrect, right? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I won't show you what it means because, well, I have something going on, and after it's published and put out, then I'll show you what it actually means. Okay. All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So the correct term for that would be Seba, right? Instead of professor, you would just say Seba. Okay. Which is let me see. Here you go. One day I'm gonna come up here and we'll just have a whole time doing Medu Necha, right? Or Eden Kemet, right? Here we go. So here we go. All right. If you want to know how to say professor, if you will, this is how you say that. Okay. Seba. Okay. Seba. That's why you see that star at the end of my name. Whenever I put my name on something, you'll see that star because it's almost like when you see somebody's name and they have a PhD or whatever that, well, this is how this is what preceded the PhD, right? This came before the PhD, right? Before the habilitation, right? Which is actually higher than the PhD, right? So this is how I spell my name, Shakka-Ahmose, right? The lunar glyph in the middle represents Ahmose, or Yah, as you would call it, which is at the front of my name, Yah. It's a theophoric name, born of Yah, Yah born. And the star is Seba, which means teacher, right? So that's the title. And here we go. That is the appellation. What are we looking for? Okay. Let's see. Peace and light, always. Absolutely. 𝓈𝓵𝓏, absolutely. Okay. What's good? The fact that you're here. Absolutely. I'm biased, Ron. Here we go. You're. Here we go. All right. Infinite Tima 2. Okay, let's see here. Super chat, guys. Sorry. Nah, we don't do super chats here. We do Cash App. But do you, whatever makes you happy, right? If you want to see the show flourish, if you want to see the platform flourish, I would recommend Cash App. Okay. Let's see. Wonderful. Now I appreciate that very much so. Right? So let me tell you very quickly, briefly. In fact, before we get started, I'm sitting here grooving. Hold on 1 second. I'm sitting here grooving. Let's start with. Hold on 1 second. Let's move that from the screen. Okay. Here we go. Let's start with opening up the platform properly.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
Well, all right. Welcome to Facts Over Feelings. So, trigger warning. The reason that this platform is called Facts Over Feelings is because feelings are not considered anywhere at all in my diatribe or my discourse. If I say something that hurts your feelings, I don't care. Because there has to be some place where truth is allowed to exist, be expressed without the restrictive circumscribing of insulating people or protecting people's feelings. Why do I say that? Because at the end of the day, the only feelings in this world that I'm responsible for are my own. That's it. I'm not responsible for what you feel, even if it's because of something that I say. How you feel about what I say is your responsibility. You have to manage your emotions. Thinking about it, managing your emotions can be a full-time job. Think about how much energy and effort and discipline and self-control it takes to manage your own emotions. Do you think it's fair that someone should have to manage their emotions and your emotions? Don't you think that that's asking a bit too much? So here, I give myself the privilege and the honor, if you will, of just being direct, frank, accusatory when it's appropriate, and I level charges where appropriate. If the data and the information says that someone is guilty of something or should be held accountable for it, I just address it. I assess it, which will mostly be expressed in my commentary, but it's also documented in the data and in the knowledge and the information. I have presentations coming after this that are really going to... A lot of people I don't think are really prepared for the presentation that I have coming after this one. I really don't think they are. I've been gone from YouTube for a long time because I'm working on a production that I realized, it's kind of a marathon run. So I didn't want to prolong neglecting my teaching relationship with people, because in today's world, you disappear for a little while, forget about it. People are gone. They're off onto the next thing. Especially Black folk, we love to be entertained. We love the drama. We love, it's just what it is. And so I realized that I had been so focused on the production that I was really letting my platform just wane in the air, so to speak, which I thought also, because I told you there are people who are very supportive of the platform and who are very supportive of 𝓈𝔵Ahmose overall, that I also felt I was neglecting them and that it wasn't fair to just focus on the production. These people came to me through learning. They were exposed to me through my knowledge, or what we in 𝓈𝔵Kemetville, the term is 𝓈𝔵, right? 𝓈𝔵. They were exposed to me through my 𝓈𝔵, my knowledge. And so I felt that it was unfair for me to just strictly focus on the production that I'm working on. And the production's not going anywhere. I felt that this part of the 𝓈𝔵Ahmose, which is the Facts Over Feelings platform, it required my attention and my curating, right? My curation, if you will, right? It required my curating. And so here I am as the curator of this platform. Here I am back in the temple doing what it is that I do, which is teaching. Okay? So that's why I'm here. And so my focus is not in neglecting the production my focus is not in addressing facts over feelings at the expense of the production that I'm working on. Is to incorporate and to keep facts over feelings healthy, so that those in attendance and those who witness these presentations are reminded of why the production that I'm working on is actually needed, why it's important, why it matters. And so facts over feelings is just a regular reminder of what I like to call unfinished business. And one of the things that Black people are very, very guilty of is too much unfinished business. Too much. Way too much unfinished business. And a lot of that unfinished business has very much to do with assumptions that have been allowed to persist in our ecosystems, in our environments, in our families, in what few institutions we have, assumptions that actually work against us and undermine us, so much so to the fact that white oppression is not even really, white oppression is a negligible factor in the terms of Black reality, particularly in America. Why? Because there are so many things on automatic within the Black experience and within so-called Black culture. There are, which is really nothing but hand-me-down white culture. There is so much undermining us and working against us that is literally thwarting our future right before our eyes, that white oppression is not necessary in order for that undermining to take place. We become the principal agents in our own destruction unless we address certain assumptions and resolve them for our children, resolve them for our family members, resolve these assumptions for our communities so that we can actually evolve from a community to a what? A society. Black America does not have a society, as much as they pretend to have one, they don't. We don't. We don't. Black American, I can't call it society, or African American. We don't have an African American society. We have an African American community. We have a Black community, but not a society. Societies usually meet a certain criteria, and we don't meet that. Right? We don't meet that. And so you have to be brutally honest about what's going on, as Brother Marvin would say. So let me get back to this chat, and then I'm going to wrap it up and get to the presentation, which is what we're here for. Okay. Stupid. Some people are just, some people ain't got nothing else better to do than to play a fool. I'm just here so I don't get fined. This is what happens when you hang out with movie stars. They think they can just say anything to you. They think they can just say anything to you. Shout out to Hotep Jesus and to the Hotep Nation. Absolutely. Shout out to Uncle Hotep as well, because he don't ever holler at me. But shout out to all of the Hotep Nation and the Hotep Jesus, who is definitely a part of the 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓅𝓏. He's officially 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓅𝓏. And let's see. Yeah, we got a link soon. I'll be talking about his new film in one of my upcoming presentations, because I think that people should see Brother do his thing in front of the camera, as he's done with me and for my own projects. You need to see him do his thing, absolutely, because he handles his business. and that recognition is required. So he just here, he don't get fined. You lucky I didn't have a comeback for that. I'm searching for one I'm talking about. I'm busy, but you lucky I ain't got a comeback for that. You don't get fined. Okay, here's it. You're gonna get fined anyway. How's that? Just for the hell of it, right? Here we go. All right. Yeah. This is very true. Most people don't care what they say. That's very, very true. Right? I actually try to police what I say until it becomes unpoliceable. Which is then I need to watch out. I'm going, what? Okay, this is kind of a secret of mine, but I'm just letting you all in on it. My number one priority in this presentation, other than making sure you get the information and knowledge, is no profanity. And you guys know how hard that is. Many of you can imagine what a challenge that is for someone like myself. I've never hidden from the fact that, I want to bring this up very quickly before I move on. It's something I figured out about my life. Really this week, I had to articulate it to myself so I could really understand it. So, like most people, all my life I've wanted to fit in to wherever. When you see other people who fit in, they got a clique or home or whatever. And I've had cliques, like really strong cliques. Certain people who will remain with me all my life. But even in my own cliques, I never really fit in. And I always thought that was so strange. I'm like, how is it I don't fit in? This is my clique. I got a bunch of people rocking with me, rolling with me, yada, yada, but I don't fit in. And so I finally figured it out. I always wondered, pay close attention to this. I think you'll appreciate this. I always wondered, why is it? All right, so let me just put it to you like this. Most people would associate me with what is known as the Kemetic community, right? I prefer to term the Society of Kemet. Most people would associate me with the Kemetic community. Emblematically speaking, aesthetically speaking, substantively speaking. Just like people used to associate me with the so-called conscious community. And I always told people I'm not really a part of a conscious community because I know what that term means and I know how it became coined and I know who used it, right? No one in the so-called conscious community used the term conscious. It was always those people who were not culturally aware were referred to culturally aware people as conscious. I'm just culturally aware, culturally cognizant, right? So, but I've always said I'm a part. If you want to connect me to the community, I am a member of the African descent community. If you want to say the African diaspora, no problem. A diasporian African, no problem. I got no problem with that. As long as that African is in there, like even with my American, if you want to say American, just throw that. Make sure you put that African in the front or the back. I don't care. American African or African American. I'm fine with either one. Just to make sure that African is in there, right? So. Let's see. Okay. I'm sure I was saying that for a reason that probably escaped me just now, but we got to get through these comments because you'd be surprised how much value some of these comments have. I mean, I got dope followers, so what can I say, right? Here we go. Okay. Let me see. Where should I start learning to read and write 𝓈𝓿𝓏𝓿? My young son. That's a really good one here. I would say contact me so I can, all my contacts are in the description, so I never accept excuses for people why they don't contact me or when they don't contact me. All of my contacts are in the description. Contact me and we can talk about that, getting you started. I think 10 to 15 minutes before going to another activity. Okay, all right. Hey, very special person here. For those of you who have seen my short film, my short theatrical production, The Last Night of a Tsar, this is the co-producer, Mr. Morpheus. Absolutely. For those of you who don't know him, there he is, Mr. Morpheus. You can check him out. He's on social media. Just type in Morpheus or Mr. Morpheus. You'll see him. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to that very strong soldier. Uncle Johnson Neb said, Absolutely. Always got you here and here. Okay. All right. And we'll be talking soon. Let's see here. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. What's up? What's up? All right. Let's go. What's up? Okay. All right. Rushan Vivo 7951. Shout out to you. Right. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Without question. Absolutely. One of my favorite persons. Absolutely. Believe it or not, one of my favorite persons. You know, some people just got their own energy. It's a quiet kind of energy. They're not trying to be all over the place or everybody's face. And, you know, some people just naturally exist. You know what I mean? And I really enjoy and appreciate that. You know, like they're just naturally there. Like you ever walk into a park and you see like just a really nice spot. You say, you know what? I'm gonna go chill over there. Y'all can go over here, but I'm gonna go chill over here. There are people who are like that, and this person reminds me of one of those persons. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Do-wah to you. All right. So when you guys see the last night of Asar, and make sure you check it out. I think it's definitely it's worth engaging and it's worth watching. The last night of Asar if you haven't seen it. And there's a lot more coming from that. And I'll just leave that there. Okay. Let's see here. What time do we start? So far, I've been on an hour, so you already know I'm just getting started. I usually go for about an hour trying to interact with my people, and then I get started. That's just a regular feature of this platform, right? Here we go. Most people would tell you I'm probably interested enough. Did you go? Oh, look, even though I haven't gotten to the presentation yet, you've already been learning. So don't complain. That's what I say. Don't complain. You know what I mean? You gotta, just take it as it comes. Absolutely. 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 Uncle Johnson Nebuchadnezzar. For sure. Absolutely. Hey. All right. Absolutely. Yep. Facts. Shout out to Brother Reggie, Professor Reggie. I'm missing my brother. Let me see. And to Brother Jabari as well. In fact, shout out to my brother Sonetta as well. Right? And the son of the TV family. The son of the TV family. Shout out to him. Okay, wonderful. Well, I appreciate that. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna make sure that you can stack your library with some wonderful things that you'll be able to pull out and like hit people in the head, because I don't understand what it is about our standard of knowledge and information for whatever reason, and our community is just almost like it's non-existent. I just think Black people are too distracted. That's all. I just think we're too distracted. How can you compete when you're focused on everybody else's thing and not your own? You cannot compete. That's one edge that all other races have over the Black race, particularly over African Americans. All the people are doing their own thing. They're focused on their thing. African Americans are distracted by everybody else's thing. Absolutely. Facts. Okay, absolutely. Oh, you appreciated that, Sister Arabi. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. I got to revisit that. It's still there. I'll put it back. I think it's still up. It should still be up. All right, absolutely. But hey, that's what's up. Like I said, a lot of people have been rolling with me for a long time. So if you're new and you don't know that, people have been rolling with me for a long time, but watching you is 14, now 24. So that's a big deal. Stay with me. Okay? I do this for you. Okay? It's one of the things that reminds me to come back, because sometimes I forget. It's very easy to forget. Hey. Okay, so this is one of the producers of this platform. Okay? Absolutely. This absolutely is one of the producers of this platform. Hartson is, or as I say, Hartson, he is absolutely one of the principal reasons that you're even getting this presentation. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. In fact, I want to give him one of these. All right, that was a Facts Over Feeling applause for one of the main producers that make this content possible. Right? Very important. Very, very important. I would not be able to do what I do without persons like this in my life. Principal supporters and investors in the 𝓵𝑔𝑚ose. For those of you who don't know what the 𝓵𝑔𝑚ose is, the bet is the 𝓵 Kemet word for house. Bet, house. Okay. Let's see here. See this part right here. Got to go live every day. No. Like I said, this is a lot harder than it looks. To do this every day, nah. You got a team, yes, right? By yourself, when it comes to literally producing the content, it's no way. Every day, do you know how much research I do to do something like this every day? No. That would be insane. At best, I'd like to get up to at least 3 times a week. That would really, really make me feel as if I have a nice pace, you know. But I think I let a week go by. I just did like, this is number 5. This is presentation number 5 in the series. So I'm doing pretty good all in 1 month. You're getting 5 presentations, right? And this is the warm-up presentation, right? Absolutely. Of course it does. Absolutely. And yeah, the truth hurts when we get delusional about ourselves. That's true for all of us, right? It's true for all of us. Absolutely. Okay. Yep. Okay, facts. Right? Here we go. Absolutely. Right? Unbiased Ron, you're entitled to your own perspective. Those of us who are extremely proud of our African lineage and heritage, we don't make any apologies for that at all. And we don't play games about it either. Right? We don't play games about it. Facts. You know, it amazes me that, you know, you get all these people who were just born yesterday who think they know more about who we are than our elders. It's like they're trying to make our elders look stupid. Right? You have dumb. I want you to understand. This is, okay, now you're going to get to know me a little bit. You have dumb. I'll tell you right now, Black people in America suffer from low IQ-itis. I'll tell you that. I am the king of insults. I tell you, this is facts over feelings. I don't have to care about your feelings. I just only speak honestly. Black people in America suffer from low IQ-itis. They want to tell you that we are not African. I want you to hear what I'm telling you. So when a Black American tells you that we are not African, what they are essentially telling you is they are more intelligent than W.E.B. Du Bois. They are more intelligent than Carter G. Woodson. They are more intelligent than William 𝓈𝓁𝅆. These are the first Black men who graduated from Harvard University at a time when Black people couldn't drink from a white water fountain. Yet these men were studying ancient text, ancient Greek text, Byzantine text, Roman text. They were studying the journals of Moorish Europe, right? They were studying the annals of the trading companies that actually underwrote the transatlantic slave trade. Carter G. Woodson, who created Black History Month, the second African American to graduate from Harvard. You have these low IQ. In fact, hold on 1 second, because I smell an applause coming on. I'm not going to apologize. Nope. I'm not going to apologize. Because look, all right, my point is, if I got to apologize, I shouldn't have said it to begin with. I know it's not lip gloss. I hear people say dumb stuff. It's rosehip oil. I'm just trying to say, when you talk, there's a lot of air going back and forth in your mouth. So your lips are going to get dry. I don't like dry lips, and I'm okay with it, so I'm going to keep these correct. All right? So, come here. So, that said, oh, I already had one down. I didn't need that. That said, here we go. All right. Oops. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Cool. All right. So, shout out to D'Angelo. You will not be forgotten. I'm listening to his track, You Will Learn, one of my favorite songs by Black Men United. Everybody's on it. Aaron Hall, 𝓖𝓔𓄿𓅓. Who else? Tevin Campbell. Everybody's on that track. Boy, I think Boys and Men are on there. Everybody's on that track. It's a song called You Will Learn. Look at you can look it up on YouTube. It's called You Will Learn by Black Men United. It's one of my favorite songs. It's a song that D'Angelo wrote and composed and produced back in the 90s. Right? So anyway, what I was saying is that you have these low IQ, no educated people, right, who take historical presidencies out of context, and they then come to these few. I'm a perfect example. I saw this black guy on TikTok in Texas ask his grandmother. She was about 80 years old, maybe 85. He looked at her and said, "Grandma, did your parents ever tell you came from Africa?" She said, "No." Now here's my question. What makes you think her parents, that would have been a topic of, for what reason, if her parents were not educated, if her parents were not culturally aware, if all her parents knew was that little neighborhood that you live in right there in Texas or whatever rural area you're in, they don't know anything about their own history, let alone anyone else's history. So when you get, I'm going to call them what they are. One thing about me, I'm not using profanity, but when you get these ignorant black people and the ignorance is on their breath, they say stupid things. Just stupid things. We're not African. So wait a minute. We're not African, but you know more than W.E.B. Du Bois. You know more than Carter G. Woodson. You know more than David Walker. You know more than Walter Rodney. You know more than Eric Williams. You know more than all of these PhD scholars who have seen primary evidence and primary documentation. Stuff that your eyes couldn't even break down in footnotes or bibliographies. But your stupid, ignorant, uneducated self, black self, thinks that you know something about our genetic lineage and who we are and where we come from. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. To me, I find you disgusting. I just don't like stupid people. Most people who know me know that I literally have a physical reaction to stupidity. The same way you might have a physical reaction if you see somebody do something that grosses you out or it gives your body chills. That's the way I feel when I hear somebody say something stupid. It's just the truth. Most people would say, well, the classy thing to do is just ignore it. If somebody throws a stink bomb into your residence, are you going to ignore it? Right? I mean, you know what a stink bomb is? Have you ever smelled a stink bomb? Imagine somebody throwing a stink bomb into your room or into your house, into your residence, or into your car. Imagine you driving and somebody throws a stink bomb into your car. And how would you feel if I told you ignore it? Just ignore it. That's how I feel when I hear people say something stupid. No, let me restate it. That's how I feel when I hear somebody say something unnecessarily stupid. Meaning, it's okay to say something stupid. We all say stupid things, including myself sometimes. Right? Maybe more often than not. But what you shouldn't be caught doing is saying something unnecessarily stupid. That's an unnecessary stupid thing to say, that African Americans are not African. It's an unnecessary stupid thing to say, because there's too much documentation that shows the to's and fro's of who we actually are and where we come from. These idiots don't even read the linguistic studies that have been done on the enslaved population of this country to show that where the language is, why their orthography is the way it is. The same way you have physical genetics, linguistics also has genetics. I know you didn't know that. Most people don't. There's something called linguistic DNA. So that philologists are able to, because you know what philologists are, because philologists are able to, the same way you use the algorithm. The same way you use the algorithm. The same way you use an algorithm. 9 times out of 10, the algorithm is smarter than you are. 9 times out of 10. Right? So you don't think the algorithms know how to link up the orthography with its lineage to determine where you actually came from? They don't even need a DNA test. But these people are so stupid. You know what I just said, because I'm not going to, I refuse to use profanity. I refuse. Right? So, yeah, it's like, I don't understand, right? I'm not sure who you're referencing to, but shout out to Professor Walter Williams. Right? Yeah, they want you to think they know more than him. They want you to think they know more than Dr. Jacob Carruthers. They want you to think they know more than Dr. Wade Nobles. They want you to think they know more than Dr. Patricia Newton. They want you to think they know more than Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Small. I know y'all got issues with Professor James Small. I don't care. It's one of my favorite uncles, and I love him and I respect him. And I think you should too, because he certainly knows a heck of a lot more than his critics, right? Absolutely, right? 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓, absolutely. You heard? I got to do that. I got to just a little bit. In fact, even you once mentioned that I should hold back a little bit so that your little ones can watch. So that's what I'm thinking of. Sometimes I have to forego that emotional impulse to just relinquish that bit of self-control to just express myself like that, you know? Black people, look, watch this. Black people should compete at a high level. You cannot compete at a high level if you can't think at a high level. And that's what this whole presentation is about. You can't compete at a high level if you can't think at a high level. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Watch this. Think about all of the Black podcasts that you watch. Right? Right now, the biggest stink, or the podcast that's getting the most attention right now is personal drama between 2 Black men. And you already know who I'm talking about. I told you what month it was and what year it was. All you got to do is go to that month and year and just look at what is the #1 thing on social media right now. It's drama. It's personal drama between 2 Black men. This is how Black men retard the Black community from becoming a Black society. Because in pursuit of the currency of attention, they make their egos the story of the day. They're more concerned they're more concerned with your perception of their personal selves in terms of their image or their brand, which I understand brand protection, but they place such high priority on this that they would rather distract you with egotistical BS than respect the time that you're giving them. But the real question is, do you respect yourself enough to know that that's not stuff that you should really be? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm human too, and I'm from the same culture that produced you. Oh, what I was going to say earlier, that one of the things that I realized, I tend to speak circularly because there's a lot going on in my mind. One of the things that I realized, and I'll come back to that and end it and then get to the presentation. One of the things that I realized is that the reason I didn't ever fit in, like one of the things that I learned earlier on, the Kemetic community has never really taken to me. The Kemetic community, the official Kemetic community, they don't really like me like that, right? It used to bother me a lot. It used to hurt. It used to bother. I'm a human being. I'm a person. And like I said, like everybody else, I always wanted to fit in. And the street community, right? The street community, I'm somebody that gets more love from the street community than most of you might realize or know, because I was once really a part of that community. And there's still a lot of that in me. But what I realized, what allowed me to finally really just accept myself for who and what I am in this particular context, is that the reason the Kemetic community has never really taken to me, it doesn't really like me, is because I'm not polished. I'm not, I don't have that kind of humility, professionalism, likability factor, all of the things that make a person not threatening. I'm a threatening person for substantive reasons. Like I said, I grew up where I grew up. I lived a life. So I'm just saying that because I'm rough around the edges, the Kemetic community, the official Kemetic community, if there is such a thing, they don't really embrace me like that, right? Some of them in person will make the facade of embracing me. But it's really just pleasantries, right? I know, you know how you meet people, you're around people, you know when they don't like you, right? Because how do you know? Because all you have to do is look at the reaction you get from people who genuinely like you. Most of the people who I genuinely resonate with are not officially part of the Kemetic community. They are just intelligent individuals in their own right who wear that truth in their heart, period. And so because what I speak is more or less of a heart language, in ancient Kemet, they would refer to this life as the time of follow the heart. And so that's more often than not where I speak from, my heart. And the heart does not censor itself. It says what needs to be said, irrespective of feelings. It says what needs to be said. And so that's why the Kemetic community has never really taken to me. They might even say I'm disrespectful. They might even say, oh, he has no self-respect. They might say that he is, he violates the very thing that he claims to stand. All the different rationales. And there might be a lot of truth in that, right? So now let's go to the flip side. Why is it the street community has never really, like, I can't say they've never really embraced me because that would be a lie. But I've never really clicked up in terms of a street community. Well, first of all, I know some of the laws that actually govern the street. DTA, you don't trust anybody, right? The people who I actually trust in moments is an extremely small circle. But these are people who I know that, you know, if I press a button or I holler or whatever it is, you know, it is what it is. That's there for me, and I'm very appreciative of that, and I respect that, and I don't abuse it or take it for granted. Which is why I also go out of my way to avoid certain issues with people, because I don't want to put anybody in an unfortunate position, and I don't want to be in an unfortunate position to put somebody have to put somebody in an unfortunate position. So what I realize is that I'm too street for the Kemetic community, and I'm too Kemetic for the street community. So I said all of that to say that this was the conclusion that I came to. I'm too street for the Kemetic community, and I respect that. and I'm too comedic for the street community, and I respect that. If I was, you know, you ain't gonna see nobody like me on no hip hop platform, Drink Champs or Matt Hoffa or whoever else, right? Not even this fool, that white boy, Vlad TV. You ain't gonna everybody hip hop with him, right? So, and plus my marketing game is not strong. I don't spend time thinking of how to market myself to people. It's a part of business, and you should. Most of my energy literally goes into research because that is my love. That is my passion. I love to see things that, you know, I haven't thought about this in many years. One of my main drivers when I first really started studying was I always got off on the fact that I was seeing things that I know there are interests out there that never wanted us to see or never expected us to see or to think and say in certain structural frameworks. And, you know, they need us to conform to their stereotypes and things of that nature. And there are people who are literally threatened by our freedom, our intellectual freedom, and our capacity, right? As long as we're competing with them in certain areas, they don't even like us competing with them in the mundane areas. You really become a threat when you begin to compete with them in other areas because they just, you're very, you got to remember the whole black-white thing that you have to remember about black and whites is that the main offense that black people have committed against white people is just existing. That's the level that it has come to. Your very presence, your existence is the crime. It's not something that you did or something that they think you're going to do. No, the mere fact that you exist. Why? Because we are a constant reminder of who they are not. And for many people, that's not pleasant. And in order to cope with that, the coping factor is a sundry of tales. One of the things, I'm going to do a presentation on this, but you're going to hear me say it now. So you can take this with you and I'm going to go to the presentation. And that is, and I don't ever want you to forget that I said this. In fact, I'm going to say this to you. Don't ever forget that I said this. Every good thing that white people have been taught to believe about themselves is based and premised on a lie that they tell themselves about black people. Okay. I'm going to say this again. Every good thing that white people believe about themselves, tell themselves about themselves, and that they market to the world about themselves. Every good thing that they have been educated and socialized to believe about themselves, or miseducated and misled and socialized to believe about themselves, is premised and predicated on a lie that they have been indoctrinated into about black people. This is the truth. How do you know? All you have to do is engage them in historical discussion about history. The one subject matter that Americans are horrible at. Most Americans are historically illiterate. Very much so, and that's not by accident. It's not by accident. It's on purpose. So when you get a bunch of historically illiterate people, both black and white, who are both notoriously stupid as long as the day is long. If you get into it's not just a black thing or a white thing, it's an American thing to be historically stupid, to be historically illiterate. That's by design. If you know anything about our educational system and what it was designed for, it was not designed to educate people. It was designed to train people, right? They wanted to produce factory workers, not philosophers, not even historians, right? So I just wanted to say that so that you can, and the more you hear me speak, the more you'll understand where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to conceal anything or, you know, right? So let's get started with this. And before I'll do that at the end. So I'm gonna look at a few more comments and then I'm gonna get started. Because them comments are coming strong today, right? I appreciate that. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, facts. Facts. Absolutely. Here we go. Yep. Hey, Viking, what's going on? All right, absolutely. Right? We got the Viking in here. He rides with us, right? Absolutely. Faithfully, to be quite honest. Right? Yeah. One thing about me that a lot of people may not understand is I'm not really how can I put this? I'm not really color struck like that, right? I got homies that look like me, and I got a lot of real homies that don't look like me, right? If you come up the way that I came up, you understand something very early on in life, and that's real recognized as real, right? And you will also find that one of the things that really separates people and also that brings them together is really more so values. If you go in certain institutions and certain places where you'll see certain people gravitate towards one another, you'll find in the end that the thing that really determines who really messes with who is usually an axiological thing as opposed to a biological thing. It's values. Perfect example. A rich black person would much rather hang out with a rich white person than a rich white person would want to hang out with a poor white person. Why? Because these two wealthy people both share in common a particular set of values that only they can relate to. So why would the biological take precedence? You understand what I'm saying? Right? Whereas in that particular team up, for one of the variables in that equation, the biological will take precedence over the money. And this is where a lot of black people trip up. Why? Because in Western society, there's a direct relationship between race and economics, right? So whereas the black person in that equation might see it as, our wealth values are what connects us above everything else, right? Which takes precedence over any biological affiliation, whereas it doesn't work that way for the white person because economically speaking, they're the race factor intrinsic with the economics. And that's just a fact of life, right? Doesn't make them bad people. It's just a fact of life, right? At the end of the day, the name of the game on this planet is power. Period. It's power. And one day we're going to have that discussion. We're going to have a discussion about power. But there's so many, right here, he just said it right here. There's so many, see this right here? This, Let's Go just said it all. I don't even have to say anything else. I hate to say it. In fact, that one right there, that deserves, that, you know what that deserves. I'm going to start giving those out to the comments that earn it because that's it right there. Right? Let's Go just said it. Mentally literate people around here too. And so you have to get through all of that. There's so much. If you took a broom inside of a black person's mind, and the reason I address black people, it's not that other people ain't got their psychological issues. With all due respect, other people are not my priority. Charity begins at home. And so if charity begins at home, my first priority has to be the community from which I come, the community which I was bred to serve. And the community I was bred to serve is my own community. And I attempt to do so to the best of my ability. And any allies who can help me serve my community to the best of my ability are going to be respected and appreciated, right? Because my real allies of mine that may not share my phenotype or who don't look like me, first of all, they are intelligent enough to respect the boundaries. They know what the boundaries are. If you're so stupid that I got to tell you what the boundaries are, then you and me can't really rock together because you're delusional just like everybody else, right? Part of real life, a perfect example. I used to work for a particular group of Americans that they make a lot of movies about, right? People who like pasta. Okay, I used to work for a particular group of European Americans. Even though I worked for these people, and even though these people they really, really did right by me, I never got it twisted. I never, for one moment thought that there were no boundaries or no thresholds. That's what made it possible for me to work with these people, right? That I understood where I end and where they begin. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not I'm not a stupid person, right? So when I meet people who don't look like me, who may be interested in Kemet, and they are interested in just in truth in general, or they're interested in education. Education is for everyone, I like to think, right? But just because education is for everyone doesn't mean that, I always a special shout out to the goddesses and to the queens that show up. And here, let me tell you why I have to say this, why I give a special deference to the queens that show up. It's not easy to be a Black woman and watch my platform. Why? Because I don't give Black women a pass. I don't give anybody, it's called, what's the name of the platform? Let's say, hold up. Where's it at? Let's get it right? What's the name of the platform? The name of the platform is Facts Over Feelings. So therefore, when I'm teaching and I'm giving facts, like part of this particular ride dealing with the Black church to school to prison pipeline, one of the talking points that is a thread through that series, and this is no reflection on the sister right here, on the queen right here, but part of the talking point, and I knew when I was going to do this presentation, I said one of two things is going to happen. I said I'm going to lose a lot of Black female followers, and I'm fine with that. I would prefer to speak truthfully about what I detect through my research. I would prefer to speak truthfully and lose Black female followers than to withhold information out of fear of hurting their feelings. Because if I have to censor myself and not say what needs to be said in order so we can autocorrect and fix what's wrong with what injures us, if I have to do that in order to preserve your feelings, then if I'm talking about Black women, right? If I have to self-censor to protect her feelings, at the end of the day, that really just makes you a stumbling block. It makes you an obstacle around which I have to navigate in order to say what needs to be said. I'm here for one reason. I didn't do all of this research to come and pretend that what I've discovered and what the data says is not there. I didn't do all of that research. I didn't get swollen feet or hurting back, have no social life, no sex, no nothing. I didn't make that sacrifice to come here and bite my tongue simply because you are a queen and a goddess of the universe. I always make it very clear in every presentation that I do. To me, this is my personal preference and my own personal observation. As somebody who's been on this planet since the 1960s and I'm still around. For as long as that is. To me, in this universe, it's why universe. Think about the universe. Think about what the universe is. Because I actually study cosmology and astrophysics and all that other stuff. So the universe is a large thing. To me, there's nothing in the universe, nothing, zero, that is more beautiful than a Black woman. Period. Nothing. Nothing exists. That doesn't mean that I don't think that other women are not attractive or aren't sexy or aren't beautiful. I'm a man. I'm not blind and I'm not stupid. It's just that the Black woman has pride of place when it comes to aesthetic, right? Because I'm not blind, right? So, in fact, there are many women of other races that feel that way. So why can't I feel that way as a black man, right? That notwithstanding, like I said, that criteria doesn't give you a pass when I'm speaking. When I'm speaking, I'm going to say what needs to be said. So when I find black women who are still willing to ride with me and who are still willing to show up and listen to what I have to say and what I have to show, they have a special respect from me, because what they are putting on display, as far as I'm concerned, if you can sit there and take the tongue lashing that I'm going to give you, I have a lot of respect for you, because it's not easy to sit there. I know how I cringe when I hear black women say things about black men that I know are true, that I know that I'm guilty of. I don't want to stick around and hear that. Nobody wants to feel bad about themselves. But if I look at it like this, all medicine don't taste good. If you want to be a part of the solution and not part of the problem, all medicine doesn't taste good. Take the medicine anyway. I've really, really come to appreciate the medicinal aspects of oil of oregano. I don't like the taste, but I know one thing. When I sleep, what it does to my nasal passage and the peace that it gives me as I rest, oh, I'm taking it. I don't care. I am taking that oil of oregano. You better believe it. Right up, brain juice gone. But I just said that lovely goddess and those other sisters who grace my platform with their presence, they have a special respect for me, because I know it cannot be easy for me. It can't be easy for them to hear and see the things that I highlight, because I'm trying to solve our problems. And where our sisters are the problem, I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to show you, because it's kind of like, what is the whole point of the whole Prince Charming thing, right? I'm just using this as an illusion, right? Not illusion, but as an allusion, right? I'm alluding to, right? What is the whole thing about the Prince Charming thing? What does he do? He kisses the princess to what? Wake her up from the spell that she's been under. So that's what this is. It's a tough kiss. It's about tough love. That's why it's called tough love. So when I'm speaking about you and I'm highlighting the central role or the central problem that you play as a black woman, that's not a black woman in general, when I highlight the problem that is confronting the black community, a persistent problem that is confronting the black community, which is, you have to remember, and I showed the data, I've showed the data, right? I've showed the data. And a lot of the stuff that I show helps you as a black father to engage in preventative guidelines for your daughter, so that she does not persist in the problematic role that the black woman is playing in the black community, right? You have to remember, as I've mentioned in my previous presentations of this particular series, that the black woman in many respects is the white man's Frankenstein. You have to understand what slavery did. And that white man is not as stupid as you want to. And when I use the term white man, I'm using that term colloquially. I'm not using that as to white individuals. I'm using that as an institution. When I'm talking about the white, if you don't understand the institution, the white man institution, if you don't understand what that is, you need to go to another channel where you can learn more, and then you can come back here, you'll be in the know. Even white men understand what the white man institution is. Okay? So, and there are many of them, shout out to them, that are doing their damnedest and best with all their tools at their disposal, not to dismantle it, or even but to check it, right? Because what harms everybody harms everybody, period. And if you have the presence of mind as a white person to see white institutional luggage and baggage that is hurting everybody at large, and you got it within you to address it, more power to you. I support you. I shout you out. I'm not going to, you know. And one thing that a lot of people don't understand, why white people, I have to say this, one thing that people don't understand, why white people have a vested interest in fighting white, I don't use the term white supremacy, white racial ideology. The reason why white people have a vested interest, particularly in the West, in America, the reason they have a vested interest in fighting vehemently against white racial ideology is that when you understand white racial ideology from a very intimate place, a very up close and personal place, Black people, you got to be stupid if you think you understand white racist or white racial ideology, or white racist ideology. If you think you understand white racist ideology better than white people, you're not smart. They know things about white racist ideology that you don't know, because white people have to navigate it just like everybody else. Doesn't mean that they have navigated the same way you navigate it, but they have to navigate. In other words, they have to acknowledge its existence, and they have to determine for themselves where they fit in, or if they want to fit in. Do they fit in? You know the old saying, get in where you fit in, right? Go along to get along, all that other stuff. Shout out to Kwame Brown, another brother who I really like and appreciate. I'll tell you right now, my two favorite YouTubers. I don't really watch a lot of people. I would just say brothers that resonate with me. Absolutely, Charleston White and Kwame Brown. I'll say it. I don't care. And one thing I will say, I do not require people that I like to like me. I'm not built that way. There are people who I like who will probably hate my guts, who probably wouldn't even take me serious, who would look. That don't mean that I don't like them. I've always been that way, right? I've always been that way, even with a woman, right? I don't need you to like me or like me back for me to like you, right? If I like you because of my own construct. Something about you resonates with me, so therefore I like you. I don't need your approval to like you. I really don't. And when that likeness wears off, I no longer like you. You will be the first to know it, right? If you couldn't get with the program, if you couldn't evolve, if you couldn't see, if you were so imperceptible that you didn't have a high enough IQ to appreciate my own value, what use of you for me? You pretty much have, in terms of a sex thing or sexist thing between the sexes, you're basically just taking up physical space, and that's your reason for being there. That's why I have you there. That is the role you play. It's like one of my exes used to say, when we would be out, people use the term, somebody was talking about trophy wife, as if she was trying to explain to people the value that a beautiful woman plays, that men get a certain currency from being in a company or having a beautiful woman on his shoulder. So you get the term trophy wife. And she was trying to get women to understand their true value. But she was too imperceptible to understand that there's also such a thing as a trophy husband or yes, it goes both ways. Like, there are some people that are so psychologically limited that they think that this sex thing works in one direction, and it doesn't. It doesn't. There's only one thing, and even that doesn't even really go in one direction. Objective time goes in one direction, but not psychological time. Right? Not emotional time. This is time unfolding on multiple different planes. And so if time unfolds on multiple different planes, so does everything else. And that includes sex and other things that unfolds on multiple different planes. So you just got to know where you are, where you located. Where are you capable of locating yourself? Most people are not, which is why they're thrown to and fro and blah, 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 blah. That's another conversation for another time. But in any event, I'm just going off into Fioria, which is the term I haven't used in a long time. I haven't seen. I've heard people talking about IShowSpeed, and I've seen some clips from his African tour, which I love and I appreciate. And I also appreciate. I've heard that the brother. I don't want to say his name wrong. Sanat, that he's also relocating to Africa. I think these things are wonderful, but I have to be honest. I don't know what IShowSpeed does. Like, I see the fanfare around the brother, and I'm not detracting from him at all. I celebrate his presence. I did see one episode when he was in Eastern Europe, and he encountered some disregard from apparent racists. And I know that something recently happened with him in Egypt, that Egyptians always get their feathers ruffled when African Americans show up, or people from the African diaspora, particularly African Americans. When we show up, they always get their panties in a bunch. But I don't know what happened. But here's my thing: I don't know what IShowSpeed does. Right? Like, what does he do? I guess it's in his name. He shows speed. So, from someone like myself, I'm not really into spectacles. Like, I'm not into, and this is no detraction, I'm not into meaningless spectacles, right? If you go around the world and you're interacting with other cultures and whatnot, that's fine. To me, that's a travel channel. I'm not into that kind of stuff. It's superfluous. I don't really care about that kind of stuff, right? If you're exposing other cultures, or I don't really care about world culture. I don't. I just don't. I'm more focused. I have particular focuses that I'm focused on, that I was bred to be focused on. I was bred to solve Black people's problems. Does that make me a bad person? No, I don't think so. I think that Black people have problems and they deserve. I think that Black people, like all other people, deserve to have their problems front of mind, or our problems front of mind, among certain individuals from within our community. Why should we look outside of ourselves for our solutions when we are perfectly placed to solve and present and highlight our solutions to our problems? But in order to do that, especially if you are predispositioned and have a gifted insight, if you will, not that I do, I'm not saying I do. Some people might feel that I do, but if you have something to offer, this is all I'm saying. Like, one of my favorite songs is the Christmas song, Little Drummer Boy. It's one of my favorite songs. Number one, because it was my favorite song on the Jackson 5 Christmas album when I was a child. And I was a child when that album first came out, the Jackson 5 Christmas album. And I played it until the record needle broke. And I had to buy a new record player so I could play it till that needle broke. But my favorite song on that album was always Little Drummer Boy. Also because I was picked to play that part of the Little Drummer Boy in the Christmas play in school, which was a big deal back in the 70s. I got to be the one playing on the drum. And we had a really cool kind of drum too. It was one of these Eastern things, like a wood thing that made this really cool resonant gong kind of sound. And but there's a part of the song, The Little Drummer Boy, where he says, I have no gift to bring, to play before the king. So, you don't have anything. And then he says, my favorite part of the song is where he says, I played my drum for him. I played my best for him. Yeah, I played my drum for him. I played my best for him. And as a child, those lyrics really impacted me greatly. That you had nothing to give the king, but what you did have, you wanted to give your best at for the king. And always resonated for me. And I didn't understand why until I got older and I understand where that ethos came from. It's an African ethos. It comes out of Kemet. It comes out of the office of African kingship, which was not just limited to Kemet. It comes out of Nile Valley. It comes out of a Nile Valley strain of African kingship, which in and of itself was not limited to the Nile Valley. It was a super-Saharan phenomenon, which did not start in the Sahara, which most people don't realize. I had to explain to one of my African brothers yesterday because I ate African food. I'm very fond of African food. But as I was eating African food in the restaurant last night, I was explaining to one of my Senegalese brothers because he was saying, well, yeah, this whole thing with Nile Valley culture, the whole pharaonic culture, he was saying, it all started in the Sudan. And there are a lot of people who are under the impression that, with the older pyramids being in the Sudan and all of that, they believe that culture started in the Sudan. What I have to explain to even African people is that that's partially true. Because most people do not know or are unaware of the fact that the modern countries of the Sudan, and I truly pray for their deliverance from all of the suffering that the rest of the world is subjecting them to. We are not oblivious to Sudan. And this platform supports the Sudanese cause. And when I say the Sudanese cause, meaning the freedom of the Sudanese people, the indigenous native Sudanese, the freedom of these peoples, and particularly those of the South Sudan. This platform is with you, and we support your cause, your health, your welfare, and well-being. As you are emblematic of Africa's heart. But what I want people to know is that when ancient writers, this is very important, nobody ever talks about this. When this is because most people, the very same people who want to tell you that they're not African, they don't know anything about, they're historically illiterate, so they're not going to know this. And how do you know they're not going to know this? All you have to do is go look at I always tell people, anytime I speak on something and people like to pretend that, they already knew that, I always say, go find any presentation where they spoke on it. Find any video where they spoke on it. That's how you know they didn't know, right? But I'm not stupid. People always think that because we're mixed in some way, form, or fashion, that therefore makes us not African. Idiot, most Africans are mixed with something. So that doesn't make them not African because you're mixed with something, right? Most Africans are mixed. We have the highest diversity of Africans on the African continent. Even within African ethnic groups, and you find the highest and greatest diversity. So, and particularly when you're dealing with coastal Africans, Africans have been being mixed. Africans are being mixed since Homo erectus, or rather since, even since the Homo erectus stage, but since the Homo sapiens stage, we've been mixed. So I don't get caught up in that. I really don't. I think it's just so stupid, But when you look at African coastal areas and regions, it makes sense that they're going to be mixed because those are places where foreigners set up shop. Foreigners always set up shop and intermix mostly with coastal people because of ports and harbors and things of that nature. And also because of migrations. And so because of migrations, particularly back migration, so when you talk about back migration, you go into Niger and Chad and places like that, right, which feature very much into what I was going to say about the Sudan. The original, when the ancients are talking about the Sudan, or better, even Ethiopia, right? When the ancients are talking about Ethiopia, if you just use the Bible, right, for the Bible idiots out there, yes, I can be very disrespectful. I didn't use profanity, right? But for the Bible brains out there, when they talk about Ethiopia, and there was a river in Ethiopia, a river of Gihon, right? Pison and Havilah runs through the whole land of Havilah, and this one runs through the land of the river Pison, runs through this land. Well, when they talk about the river Gihon, which encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia, they don't understand what that geographically means because they are cartographically illiterate. Why are they cartographically illiterate? Because they are historically illiterate. And their whole religious worldview is pseudo-scientific. So they don't know nothing about science. They are, I use words like stupid, because I'm honest. Remember, this is facts over feeling. They're stupid as the day is long. So I'm going to tell you what Ethiopia the Bible is actually referring to, so you can finally get some knowledge in your brain. The Ethiopia that they're referring to is the Sudan, not the modern country of Sudan. Okay? I would show you this on a map. In fact, I will, just because I'm so tired of people and their stupidity. I'm going to show you this and then go to the presentation, because people will accuse me of not talking about what they came here. Well, I told you the presentation is not going to be long anyway, so it's okay that I can show you this. I can take a moment and I wasn't planning on showing you this, but I'm going to show you this because I get so tired of stupid. Everybody in this life has a right to hate something more than anything else. The thing that I hate more than anything else is stupidity. I hate it more than anything I can think of. Why? Why do I hate it more than anything that I could think of? I hate stupidity more than anything that I could think of because, let me keep it a buck with you. Oh, here it is right here. I hate stupidity more than anything that I could think of because it causes a lot of harm. It causes a lot of harm. I've been around a long time, so I've seen a lot of harm. I've been around for a minute, so I've seen the harm that stupidity can do. Stupidity does harms in ways that you don't even get to see until a person reaches a certain juncture in their life. So I'm going to pull this up so that you can all get a little bit of knowledge that you never had before. Okay? Oh, gosh. What am I looking for? Okay, should I use this? Let's take a look. I have to be careful when I show you because I don't always show people everything. Because I do debate professionally, I play a lot of things close to my chest. So there are a lot of things that I don't show people. And I'm often accused of that. You know, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That was very kind of you, Oliver. Very much so. What did this person say? I told you, if you're going to insult people, first of all, you shouldn't be insulting people. The only people who can insult people here, you're looking at them. Why? Because I'm the headmaster in school. In this particular school, I'm the headmaster. And you can't go to any school and think that you could do just because the teacher does something doesn't mean that you as a student can do that. So I said, if you're going to say things in the chat that are disrespectful or disregarding or dismissive of someone, put who you are talking to in front of it. Because if you don't, I'm going to think you're talking to me. And if you're talking to me, you're not going to be in my chat disrespecting me. See, somebody said, you are stupid, got it. So what happens to this person, I'm going to show you what happens to this person. Watch. Hold on 1 second. Let me show you how to do this. Because they did not address someone, they can no longer participate in my channel. They're gone permanently. Okay? So don't let that happen to you. Make sure that you put at so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. Because if not, I'm going to think you're talking to me. And you're not going to be in my chat telling me that I'm stupid. All right? Unless you are, this is how you can always know stupid people. Why would you watch somebody who you think is stupid? I don't watch people who I think are stupid. That would just make me more stupid. I don't want to take on more stupidity. So I don't watch people who I think are stupid. I don't. I genuinely don't. I can't tell you about anyone who, once I determine that you're stupid, I just keep it moving. I'm like, time is valuable. Why would I spend my time watching someone who I think is stupid? So when I'm watching when somebody puts something in my chat that says, well, Shakka, I think you're stupid. Who's the stupid one? I'm not watching someone who I think is stupid. That's stupid. If you think I'm stupid and you're watching me, what does that say about you? Everything that you didn't even know about yourself. Why? Because you were stupid. So, but rather than let you be a distraction, Let's see. Oh, of course, absolutely. Right? Or even Arthur Schomburg, who had the institution named after himself of just within a walking distance from me. Right? You have these, and he was Puerto Rican, born in Puerto Rico. Arthur Schomburg, who knew more about African history, African American history, and where African Americans came from. And then you get these low IQ morons who want to run around talking about, I'm not African. I know. You think we didn't hear that in the 60s and 70s from anybody who had a little bit of light skin or people who saw a little bit of admixture in themselves? And that's part of the problem with a lot of admixed people, is that they get identity crises. You understand what I'm saying? They do. They get identity crises. They get caught up and they look in the mirror and they just can't see that African staring back at them. Why? Because number one, they have a stereotypical idea in their mind of what an African is supposed to look like. That is colonialism at work in their mind. This is the way a true African looks. Like, what is that? Right? Have you really been around? Okay. Yeah. I'm just looking at the chats real fast. Okay, not looking at that. It's not. If the question ain't good enough, I'm not even. Oh yeah. Okay, I looked at that already. Do I think the Sphinx's nose or the 𝓈𝓔𝓿? Do I think the nose on the 𝓈𝓔𝓿, the Sphinx? Do I think it was cut off to hide Black Egyptian culture? I would say that there is no. Let me put that back on the screen. I would say that there is no evidence to say that that was not the reason. All right, that's the best thing to say. There's no evidence. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There is no reason. Oh, here we go. Yeah, just asking for knowledge. Do you believe that the Sphinx nose was cut off to hide Black Egypt culture? Let me put a quote on it so you can just see it. I don't. There's no evidence to say that that was not the reason. And it was the nose of the Sphinx was cut off, or rather, it was blown apart before Napoleon got there. Because the earlier pictures of a particular artist, I forget his name, clearly show that the nose was obliterated prior to Napoleon's visit. So all the stuff about Napoleon blowing it off is incorrect, right? Chronology matters, time matters, right? Here we go. So I'll put this on the screen for you. All right, boom. I don't know how much of it you'll get, but here we go. So I don't know how much of it you'll get. I wish StreamYard had it so you could read the whole comment. Now, yeah, it was YouTube. It rejected my comment. All right, so they said they think it's spam, which is really stupid. Oh, I could let you just. I could share my screen and let you read it, but I'm not going to do that. There's no what you call it. Here we go. Yeah, I hate when they say that. YouTube thinks it's spam. No, it's not spam, folks. Let me see if they do that to me again. Yeah, YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. Try changing it a bit. Okay. All right. It was, but here's the whole thing with that. You're looking like Khufu. The whole thing with that is you have to understand that the same images of statues with their nose blown off, you can find that with Roman statues, right? And some people will say, well, yeah, that's because the Romans were black. No, that's not why. It's because that's not always the sole reason why. you have to remember, one of the things about black people that really bothered me, because it shows you the limited thinking that we engage in. We always think that there always has to be one reason for something to happen. Give you a perfect example. When you look at AI or cell phones or viruses, man-made viruses, right, that come out of labs, or weaponry, right, but just technology in general. One of the key terms in the technological world, or even just in industry in general, but particularly in technology, is the term dual usage. Meaning that you might have you use your cell phone one way, but you can put your cell phone in somebody's hand who really understands the science of the technology inside that phone, and they will do something with your phone you were unaware that the phone could even do. Why? Because the phone has more than one usage, right? It's called dual usage technology. And that's most of the stuff that comes out of the Pentagon or military industrial complex. There are a lot of things that they put on the market that we think, oh, this is fun. This is just for this, or this is just for that. No, that's the way you are prone to use it in the market context. But it doesn't mean it doesn't have more than one reason for existing. And so the same thing that I apply to the noses, what it is that most people don't understand what a statue meant in the ancient world. They think a statue, they look at it through modern eyes, the contemporary eyes. So they think a statue in the ancient world was just a statue. A statue in the ancient world was not just a statue. A statue in the ancient world was the same way, okay, now I have to teach you. It's the same way you look at a corporation. A corporation has the same rights that you have as an individual. Most people don't know that. A corporation is a person. A corporation has human rights the same way you have human rights. A lot of people don't know that. A corporation acquired to itself the same rights of, I think it was the 14th Amendment, right? That in fact, they used the Constitution to give corporations the same rights that people have. The exact same rights. Corporation can vote. Pretty sure. I have to look that up to make sure of that particular part, whether or not a corporation can vote. But a corporation has the same rights that a person has. This is the way you have to think of a statue back in the ancient world, since most of you are so historically literate. Right? What did somebody say when they're taking office? With the powers invested in me, right? With the powers invested in me. Little investiture. Statues in the ancient world had powers invested in them. So if you violated a particular statue, you don't want to know what the consequences were. You might have just given yourself the death penalty. If you had a good relationship with the patron of that statue, that particular statue depended on the term for it, reversion. Depending on your relationship with the patron of that statue, in terms of reversion, that statue could become like an ATM machine for you. So when we think of statues, we think of statues just in terms of conventional eyes, because we are not denizens of the ancient world of antiquity. Therefore, we don't understand the social milieus of antiquity, because most of us are historically illiterate. We don't know that. So now I just taught you something that you never heard before and didn't know. I know you didn't know it. Why? Because I came out of the same schools that, well, not really, but in some context, I came out of the same schools that you guys came out of. I also came out of different schools. I had a very unusual upbringing in terms of schools. So I just said all of that to say that when they broke the statues on the noses, they broke the noses on the statues, It wasn't always because of jealousy or because of racial reasons, although that might have just been a French benefit. It was just something else good that came along with the purposes of them destroying the status. Look at the word status, statue, right? When you want to destroy the status of a person, you destroy the statue. Okay? So, anyway, let me just show you this real fast so I can get back to this. Because I tend to gotta exercise some discipline, Shaka. So let me show you this very quickly. All right, cool. Let me show you this picture. I'm gonna share my screen with you so you can see this. Oops, what is that? Oh, don't want to do that. Okay, did I do that? Let me give you a quick lesson so we can go on. For those of you people, so you can understand when they were talking about Ethiopia and ancient and the Bible and all sorts of stuff, because y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. Let me show you something you've never seen before, and then I'm gonna go to the project. All right, so I'm just gonna share my screen. Allow, I'm sharing my screen. Here you go. And I'm going to move this out of the, oops, I'm gonna move that out of the way. And here you go. All right, pay attention. I don't have all night to show you this stuff. Here you go. So most people confuse the modern country of the Sudan, which is right here. You have the Sudan, and then you have South Sudan. These are modern countries. This is not ancient Sudan. Most people confuse Sudan with the Sudan. This is the ancient Ethiopia of the Bible. This area here. There's a difference between Sudan, the modern countries, and the Sudan. The Sudan runs parallel with the Sahel and the Sahara. So you have to make the distinction between the two. When you say the Sudan, right? You know what that is, that you're putting in the front. The A and the, they both represent the, I forget the grammatical term for it, but you know what it is. It's not the predicate, it's something else. I forget what it is right now. But in any event, it just escapes me because I normally use the term. But you have to put the. When you say the Sudan, you're talking about all the way from here, the Atlantic Ocean, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Benin, Nigeria, Central African Republic, South Sudan, right? Even up to Uganda, Ethiopia, Eritrea. All of this was the Sudan. You see this? All of this was the Sudan. So when they talk about ancient Ethiopia, they're talking about all of this. Because they're talking about the Sudan. Bilad al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. This is what they were talking about, this construct. Most people don't know that because they only know the modern country of Sudan. And so they think, oh, well, this is where the pharaonic culture started from. No, when you're talking about the pharaonic culture starting in the Sudan, you have to include all of this. Why? Because there's a special river here they never tell you about. I'll tell you about that in another presentation. You're not supposed to be seeing all of that. So, sorry. That's from one of my other presentations that you'll get some other time. So now you know. You can say thank you in the Cash App at the top of the chat. But in any event, let's go on. I'm done with the chat section. Yeah, I'm done with the chat section. Let's do this. Let's look at what we're here for. Here we go. Always need a little bit of inspiration and a little bit of motivation. Oops. Ooh. Don't want to do that. They'd be like, oh, can't. Here we go. It's okay if they edit that out. All right. Here we go. Let's do this, people. What we came for, part 5. I've spoken over 2 hours and I'm just getting started. Typical Shaka, right? Here we go. All right. Am I still sharing? I don't think so. How many more suns? How many more loves? How many more suns? Here we go. Round, hey. All right, let's do it. Each and every time. Okay. Little house, no matter what we do, matter what we do, no problem, go to city on high. Go ahead, Jason. All everything is die. Here we go. All right, folks. So this is the area we want to look at. You remember in part 4, we spoke about the Black church to school to prison pipeline. And we spoke about the pathway. This is the graph that ChatGPT gave me, or the layout. The grid. Black church engagement leads to intellectual arrest, which leads to school to prison pipeline. The key part that I wanted you to look at was intellectual arrest. This is very important. Remember what I said, if you can't think at a high level, you cannot compete at a high level, because somebody said earlier that Black people need to compete at a high level. And I keep trying to stress the point that you cannot compete. Your thinking determines everything else. And I keep trying to stress this to people. And what I was going to say to you before is that you notice when you go to a lot of these different, I had to stop this for a second because I never finished saying this. If you look at the majority of the platforms, these Black platforms that you look at on social media, none of them ever really address the thinking of Black people. They don't make the thinking of Black people the central corpus or the central core of the platform. They don't deal with your cognitive issues. They really don't. Most of them want to talk about whatever white people say is important. Whatever the white platforms or whatever the white media say is reporting to you, right? That's what they want for you to have top of mind. Never your own. Never your own. Never your own perspective. What informs it, what instructs it, what direction it, what needs to be going on with it. It's never top of mind for you. I can go to many white platforms where they're talking about IQ, intelligence, all of that stuff. Sure. But I noticed that when I bring up the topic around Black people, they get kind of uneasy and sensitive. Yeah. Like Black people get offended. Sorry. Black people get offended when my ear is kind of popping, so I'll swallow. Black people get offended when, on average, Black people get offended when you bring up IQ and IQ tests. Start talking about the bell curve, James Watson, all this other stuff, right? About Black people being intellectually inferior, right? And it's in the genetics and all this other stuff, which is, the data disagrees with that. And I've already documented that for you. But although there is some truth to that, we just can't take it out of context. You have to understand it in context, which nobody ever wants to do. In my opinion, and from my bird's eye view, at the center of everything pertaining to Black liberation, Black well-being, Black interests, Black welfare, African welfare, no matter where we are, to me, what's at the center of that is really the seat of your power, which is your thinking. If you don't understand that thinking is the seat of your power, then I don't know what else to tell you. Nothing else that I'm going to say is going to make sense to you. Your thinking is the seat of your power. If your thinking as a group has been tampered with and you don't bother to sit down and finally flesh that out and audit to what extent has our thinking been tampered with, and to what extent are we still operating within that framework and on that software so that we keep getting the same results, if you're not even willing to ask the right questions and have that discourse, to me, it's like the film Matrix. You're just one of the agents walking by, like the lady in the red dress, right? Any one of you could turn into Agent Smith at the drop of a dime. You can go left at any moment. A little bit of difficulty, a little challenge, the wrong hello from the right person, the right hello from the wrong person, so on and so on, right? Some rumor, whatever, I don't know. Some monetary issue, I don't know. But you could, there's always very little distance between you and something else. You're easily taken over, easily possessed by. Because of your refusal to account for your own presence in this existence as a race. And instead of you taking account for your own existence as a race, which requires an audit of your thinking, right? You have the opportunity to do the one thing the races that came before you could not do. Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Australopithecus, all forms of man that precede Homo sapiens sapiens that were incapable because their frontal lobes, according to anthropology, their frontal lobes are not fully developed. The brain was not able to process. That's why there's Homo sapiens sapien, which means what? Wise thinking man. Wise thinking man, right? So if you don't take audit of, I'm sorry, people. I just had to hit that up. I'm about to make a mess here. I don't care. Yeah, flip it around. If you're not willing to take audit, if you're not willing to audit the one thing that separates you from what came before you, then you're basically useless to yourself. Not only are you useless to yourself, you're also useless to the community from which you come. You're just existing. You can't, your life and your presence is not going to make a difference in this world. It's not even going to make a difference in your own life because you're on automatic, you're on autopilot. All you know how to do is look out into the world and just follow people who don't know any more than you or don't know any better than you. So you basically stuck on permanently stupid from the cradle to the grave, right? And what I'm telling you is that the real arena on this planet is this. It's your intelligence. That's the real arena. So therefore, until we understand that, we can't even discuss the decision advantage. You don't even know what the decision. You don't know what the decision advantage is. The decision advantage outweighs power. Why? Because power is responsive. Power can only respond. It's the nature of what it is. So because you don't understand the decision advantage and what that means with the age in which we live in now, and you don't understand the asymmetrical relationship of the decision advantage to power, you don't understand why this is everything. That real estate between your ears. Right? And so because that's where the real, you know what the word is. That's the real arena where it's going down. It's imperative that we look at that and see In order to solve our own problems, we have to see what is at the center of it. As I demonstrated in the previous presentations, I demonstrated that through the data that the Black church is at the center of the intellectual retardation of the Black community. That's not an attack. That's just an observation. Here's what it lays out for you. The Black church as community structural factor. Mechanism. Church often dominates social, moral, and cultural frameworks, emphasizes faith-based compliance over critical inquiry. Sets normative intellectual environments that privilege obedience and faith affirmation over rigorous secular education. Look at this. There's a star next to it for a reason. Arrested intellectual development. This is the structural pathway, intellectual arrest. Arrested intellectual development. Over-reliance on institutionalized religious authority discourages critical engagement with secular or scientific knowledge. It limits exposure to diverse epistemologies, which means that the church is about mind control, period. But you can't just dismiss it and say, well, I don't believe that, and I'm not a part of it. As I showed you in the previous presentation, it's not a question of whether or not if you believe in the religion or believe the Bible or follow Jesus. No, that's not the issue. The issue is that this thing impacts the culture in which you exist in, born, live, and die in. Cannot escape from even if you become rich and wealthy, or even if you marry a rich and wealthy person. You are still impacted by this. Jay-Z doesn't know that. Beyonce doesn't know that. Oprah doesn't know that. They are still impacted by this. Tyler Perry is impacted by this. Your money cannot change that situation. Not that you care. Because I can tell you personally, I know right now, just from watching online, Black woman today's Black female, listen, she worships money. You better believe it. You give her a bag of money or a bag of Jesus and you tell her to choose, Jesus gonna have to sit this one out. Okay? It produces deficits in analytical reasoning, scientific literacy, and academic self-efficacy, what? Within youth populations. This is the role of the church. It's telling you this. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. My name is not ChatGPT. Educational underperformance. Limited intellectual scaffolding leads to poor performance on standardized tests, which leads to low college readiness and reduced cognitive autonomy, which means you can't think for yourself. Tracks students disproportionately into remedial programs or disengaged schooling contexts. So your school career becomes messed up. Just showing you how it leads to prison. But this is the most important part. It's very important. I'm not going to even read the rest of that, right? Oh, what the hell, why not? Criminalization of youth, school to prison pipeline, underperformance and disciplinary mismanagement in schools, compounded by structural bias, disproportionate suspensions, expulsion, and referrals to law enforcement, disproportionate incarceration rates among African American youth, reinforcing cycles of social, economic, and cognitive marginalization. That means your children are intellectually marginalized. I know you don't care. You think having the beauty salon and having the sauna spot and the real estate company is going to change all of that. Okay. Feedback loop. That means that you don't know the difference between per capita income versus median income, because the median income as an aggregate eventually is going to be expressed community-wide, which then becomes expressed society-wide, but you don't understand how any of this stuff works, so let's bring it back down. Feedback loop. Arrested intellectual development and pipeline incarceration reinforce community reliance on faith-based authority, perpetuating cycles. A feedback loop. Maintains structural vulnerability and limits community-wide cognitive capital accumulation. Let's move on. This is the part that I want to draw your attention to. Look at number 3, social cultural reprogramming, right? We're dealing with the analytic synopsis, right? Black mothers, this is the part I want you to pay attention to. Statistically overrepresented in church participation. Pew Research, 80% weekly attendance versus 57% of black men. That's a 30% gap between us. Black mothers become primary transmitters of non-analytical epistemology, aligning child rearing with dogma over inquiry. Let me break that down for you in plain English, black woman. This is why I said, if you cannot have your feelings hurt, do not watch this presentation, because I'm here to hurt your feelings. I have no other reason to be here. I have no other reason to be here other than to hurt your feelings. What that just means, let me just break that down for you in colloquial parlance, because black women have the most degrees and they're the most educated. I had to break this down for someone else showing data because they don't understand. Having more degrees does not equate to being more educated. I know you don't understand that. Dear black women, a presence of more degrees is not the equivalent of being more educated. It just means you have more degrees. That's it. That's it. Perhaps in the job market as a criteria, it depends on what your degree is in. If your degree is in women's studies, if your degree is in, I don't know, some soft subject matter, then, all right, so you got a degree. If your degree makes you, indispensable in the job market, then kudos for you, great for you. Then it's a degree worth having. But the point I'm making to you is that when you look at the data, more educated is a subjective it's a subjective arena. Why? More educated relevant to what? Why do I say that? This is the reason why you have many people with PhDs sleeping in their car in a Target parking lot or a Walmart parking lot with all these PhD degrees. I just saw 2 videos before I even came on tonight. There's a woman that has her master's degrees and a bachelor's, and she's sleeping in her car with 5 children. A beautiful black, she's beautiful, with 5 children in a parking lot because she can't find a job. When they let all of these black women go in the federal government, how many black women are? You all have degrees. But this is what I tell people with degrees. If your degrees can't solve your community's problems, it's garbage. Go get a refund. Go get a refund. If your degrees cannot raise the grade average community-wide collectively of the children from the communities that you inhabit, then your degree is garbage. And you are not more educated than the average black man. You're not. In fact, what you are is miseducated. You're a miseducated person with a degree. How do I know that? Because your degrees are not producing community-wide and society-wide the solutions that your community benefits from. So who is your community benefiting? You? If your community is benefiting you, and you alone, then you don't understand the nature of the game, which tells me what? This 10th grade dropout is more educated than you because I understand the nature of the game. Okay? You understand? Stop running around saying, oh, we're more educated and we make more money. And what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You make more money than a plumber? Really? I don't think so. You have sanitation men out here that make way more money than you. Way more. Why? Because they have a hell of a portfolio management and their monies are being invested in the right diversified lanes. So they return. The problem with black women, particularly, is they have menu eyes. You ever take a black woman to dinner? You can take her to the same restaurant over and over again. Maybe it's a neighborhood restaurant that you guys eat at all the time because it's your favorite restaurant. Every single time that you go in there, she'll look at that menu like it's the first time she's ever seen it. Like, knows everything on the menu. Men, we're not like that. We walk in there. We don't have to look at the menu. Anybody that's ever been out with me already knows. They've never seen me look at a menu. I'm not even going to go into the restaurant if I have to look at the menu. I already know what I like. I just walk in and say, let me have dot. In fact, most of the restaurants, no lie, most of the restaurants that I go to, I don't have to say anything. I just walk in the door. I walk in the door, they see me, they just ring it up, they go place my order, and that's it. That's how much of a creature of habit I am. I know what I like. I know why I'm there. I'm saying all of this to say that we have a cognitive issue in our communities that our women are at the center of. They don't understand how they've been placed at the center of it and what placed them at the center of it. But because they don't understand it, they continue to perpetuate it and pass it on, are you ready? To their sons. I'll wait so you can get it. They pass it on to their sons. That's what the data was telling you. I'll let you read it out. I'm trying to explain to you what the data was telling you, not what Shakka-Ahmose said, what the data is telling you. Let's take a look at the data so we could see that Shaka's not picking on you, right? Here we go. Where am I at? Here we go. Share screen. Make sure I'm in the right window. Entire screen. Yes. I already clicked it. Entire screen. Yes. Allow. Yes. And here we go. So let's look at it. Okay. Let's go back to the data. Black mothers. So, number 3. We're in the analytic synopsis. Social cultural programming. Black mothers statistically overrepresented in church participation. Pew Research. This is data. 80% weekly attendance versus 57% of black men. That's almost a 30%. That's basically a 30% gap between black men and black women in our cognitive predisposition. I always tell black women and black men, we are divorced before we even get married. Don't even bother getting engaged. We're already divorced. Why? Because of this, right? And black women, listen, black mothers, can you see that part? Now we're going to skip the dash. There's a reason there's a dash there. Most people don't have reading comprehension. Black mothers become primary transmitters of non-analytical epistemology, aligning child rearing with dogma over inquiry. That means you're making your children stupid before they even get to school because of your relationship with the church. And it doesn't matter if you go to church or if you believe in the Bible, if you believe in Jesus. Why? Because it is the general ecosystem with which you grew up in. It's the very reason why you as a black mother cannot look at your child in the eye and explain to your child why the sky is blue. You'll say something stupid like Jesus made it that way, or God made it that way, or it's because it's the reflection of the ocean. You cannot give your child an accurate scientific answer, but you're the most educated throughout the community. Don't go look it up and then show us you have the answer now, because it's too late. I already know. I can go right now with a camera to Times Square and get a microphone, the same way I did in Florida when I asked black people what's the oldest book in the world, and 99.9% of the dummies all said the Bible. I would go to Times Square right now and ask all the black people in Times Square, why is the sky blue? I guarantee you 99.9% of them, or more than that, is going to get it wrong. Why? Because 99.9% of them, their beginning of life starts out in the black church. And if you don't understand the damage of this phenomenon and what it means over time, then you cannot fight in this war. Go watch some stupid podcast where black men are fighting and making their ego the number one thing people are talking about. You're not qualified to be here. Okay? Read this again. Black mothers, you black queens, become primary transmitters of non-analytical epistemology, aligning child rearing with dogma over inquiry. Consequently, male children inherit frameworks that hinder adaptive critical reasoning, effectively programming compliance within systemic hierarchies. What that means, because I know you didn't understand that. Hold on. What that means, dear black woman, and this is not an easy thing to accept, because I love you. I don't want to live on a planet without you. You're making your sons stupid. Intellectually, morally, financially, economically, spiritually, however you want to say it. You're making your men stupid. This didn't start yesterday. It didn't start yesterday. I'll say it again. It didn't start yesterday. I just did this whole study. I'm going to show you, not tonight. I'm going to show you. I did a whole study on the correlation between those black men who become successful, high-value black men, and the relationship black women play with that, and the relationship they do not play with that, because you need to see it. You need to see it on the graph, the role that you as a black woman play in the advent of whether or not there are high-value black men in existence for you. The average black woman is not cognitively predispositioned to even understand the role that she plays in that. And yes, I have to speak this way so that you can understand the seriousness of the problem that we're dealing with. She is asleep in a way that she can't begin to understand. And my thing is that if you love her, if you want to be her Prince Charming, your kiss is supposed to break that spell. How do you break the spell of somebody who gets offended if you're telling them that they're under a spell? You don't understand the nature of the spell yourself, brother. Because you're under her spell. That's what that passage was telling you. That's why it's pointing out the maternal relationship between the mother and the son. Did you think he was just going to let her walk off that slave plantation without a program in play? Is that what you thought? Did you think he was going to allow her to raise a black nuclear weapon in his midst? Is that what you thought? You don't understand what those lynchings were about. You don't understand what all that strange fruit stuff was about. And you don't understand how the black pastor came to be and what he actually represents. The black pastor is a Frankenstein created by the white man's Frankenstein, which is the black woman. She is the white man's Frankenstein, especially if you're talking about in the West, in the US. And in Europe. The black woman is the white man's Frankenstein. He made her, he created her. There are things in her that respond to him and his world that you really have yet to appreciate. And so I'm just trying to show you. Let's get back to the data. Let's get back to what the data says. Because you can't fix a problem that you're in denial about. If you ever had a relative who was on drugs, if you ever had a relative who was involved in substance abuse, you know they can't fix a problem that they think they don't have. You can't. What the heck happened to my what you call it? Hold on a second. Where's my picture? Hold on a second. Why is my picture not there? I don't know. All right, I'll figure it out in a second. All right, allow. Boom. Where is my? Okay, that's better. Okay, here we go. So I'm sharing the screen. Let's get back to the data, because I'm gonna show you something as to why we're here tonight. Okay. Here we go. I must have been serious about something because I stopped playing the music. All right. Okay. Presentation. Now we covered this in part 4, but I had to revisit it because what I'm going to show you in a second is related to this. This dovetails with education policy failures in urban districts, creating environments where intellectual development is stunted by moralistic indoctrination rather than cultivated by inquiry. So they're talking about the cognitive styles that young black males are saddled with very early on because of their relationship with their mother and her relationship with the church, right? It's a feedback loop of miseducation and profit, okay? Miseducated youth underperform academically, filtered through disciplinary systems, criminalized early, incarcerated, and monetized in for-profit prisons. Upon release, limited intellectual scaffolding and recidivism-inducing conditions ensure re-entry into the system. That's why black males come out and go back to prison like it's a religion, because it is a religion. It started with religion. That was a bar. I'm sorry. That was a bar. Where is that? You already know what that is. Boom. Recidivism in the black community when it comes to going to prison, meaning they come out, they go back. They come out, they go back. That's not strange in the black community. Especially if you from a place like Baltimore or Detroit or I don't know, maybe Houston or New Orleans, Louisiana. We all grew up seeing this. Recidivism, in and out, in and out, in and out. Why? Like it's a religion. Why? Because it is a religion. Because it started with religion. I'm trying to show you this. If you think that going to prison is no big deal, do you know what that does to multiple lives? If a man with 3 or 4 kids and a wife goes to prison, you know how many lives that destroyed? His son alone is now vulnerable to things psychologically. The whole family is veered off course. One person alone going to prison in the family, you have no idea how that alters the trajectory of everyone else's life. You really don't know. Or maybe you don't care. There's a price tag that comes with that. There's an economic price tag that comes with that. But by your demographic, your percentage is overrepresented in the prison population. You know what that? You know how much money is being left on the table for the 1%? Because of this cognitive demon that we got in our community. You have a cognitive demon. I like that. Because that's a bar. You have a cognitive demon possessing your community. It's deep. If you're not talking about fixing your thinking, you're not talking about anything. Period. And if you're only talking about fixing your thinking to have a successful YouTube channel, if you're only talking about fixing your thinking because you want a multi-million-dollar business, you want to all this other. The one thing I can't stand is seeing success in the hands of stupid people, because it happens every day. It happens every day. To me, it's wasted success. It's wasted. Trust me, because when you look at what it produces, nothing's going to come out of it. Nothing meaningful is going to come out of that success. It's not. You get temporary lap of luxury. Yeah, you get the nice car, you get the trappings of success, the nice car, the garage, the nice neighborhood community, all that stuff. That's nice. The things that were supposed to happen in your life can't even happen because of shit you don't even know anything about. So you got this limited success that you think is everything. You can't even see everything. You got this limited success, very circumscribed success. I'm glad you got it, but you can't see the bigger picture. You ain't got the kind of success you're supposed to have. That you don't have. And that's because of that cognitive demon in our community. And I'm trying to show it to you so that we can do something about it. Many of you don't want to do nothing about it. Many of you just want to go, I don't know what the hell you want to do, to be quite honest. But here we go. Let's do this. Come on. Here we go. Chop, chop. Here we go. All right. I'm where I'm supposed to be. Let's do it. Move out the way. Move out the way. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Pay attention, people. So that's the recidivism inducing conditions ensure re-entry into the system, thus maintaining the profit cycle. Intergenerational entrenchment. Pay attention. Fathers themselves, products of the same religiously overdetermined and anti-analytical formation, lack tools to disrupt the cycle. Religion becomes both a cultural anesthetic and an ideological containment field, neutralizing resistance to systemic exploitation. Conclusion: the for-profit prison system thrives on manufactured intellectual deficiency. They're creating the situation. The most efficient delivery mechanism being the religious indoctrination educational collapse nexus. The Black church functions, unwittingly or not, as a cognitive preconditioning apparatus, aligning social behavior and thought patterns with institutional profit models. In other words, this whole thing is a setup. This is a setup. That is your son. These are your sons. That's what this represents. It's a setup. Okay? Watch. Watch. Maternal religiosity thus becomes cognitive inheritance, transferring anti-analytical modes of thought directly to male children. Why is that important? Sheesh. Systemic educational decay. The delivery mechanism equals collapsed urban pedagogies. Urban education structures, underfunded, test-driven, and discipline-heavy, reinforcing rote learning and authority independence, meaning your children are not learning. You're sending them to school every day to become more stupid. Keep doing it. Don't come to me to complain. In the absence of critical pedagogy, faith-based moralism fills the cognitive vacuum, guided by church's cultural dominance. That's why if somebody was to ask your children an intelligence, a question really based on just genuine intelligence, they would say something stupid. Why? Because they come from stupid parents. This is just the truth. Starting with the mother. The mother's the dumbest one in the whole situation. And she's the one setting up everybody else to be stupid. I know you don't get why this is happening, but this is the setup. You got to understand the setup so you can fix it. I don't care about hurting your feelings. I care about fixing it. If you want to fix it, stick with me. If you want me to put band-aids on your feelings, go someplace else. Together, these four, and Kevin Samuels was not qualified to help you fix it. He wasn't. He was qualified to point out that something is wrong, but he did not have the background to help you fix it. Neither do other people from the manosphere. I'm not part of the manosphere. I don't know anything about that manosphere stuff. All I care about is solving problems. If you're with me, let's keep moving forward. Together, these forces act as a GPS routing system from intellectual underdevelopment that leads to behavioral criminalization, which leads to incarceration, which leads to monetization, reproductive feedback, and male neutralization. The continuation equals intergenerational repetition. This is why it keeps happening over and over and over again. Fathers raised under identical maternal religiosity and school conditions lack analytical literacy to intervene or redirect their sons. I'm not going to try to explain that to you because I don't think you have the intellectual capacity to even understand it with your more degrees and being the most educated in our community. The result, a self-reinforcing cycle where male intellectual poverty, maternal religiosity, and systemic design perpetuate each other. Religion here operates as what? A psychological pacifier, an ideological firewall, blocking recognition of structural exploitation. What does this mean? This part is so important. It means that everything else that precedes this acts in such a way that you can't even see what is going on. This is why you need someone to point it out to you. You need someone to point it out to you. The problem is designed in such a way to make the person who is at the center of the problem unable to see the problem. It's designed to make you incapable of seeing the problem, which means you as the black woman cannot point it out. Period. You can't point it out because it was designed to make sure that you can't see it. You understand? There we go. Okay, it was designed to this is the genius of it. The genius of it is you are talking about a construct, an actual design that was designed to be invisible to a specific demographic. This white boy is not stupid. Social engineering did not start with Pavlov. Okay? This thing was designed so that the black woman was, follow me now, incapable. It's playing chess. White boy playing chess, you ain't even playing checkers. You still playing double dutch. That's a bar. The white boy playing chess and you playing double dutch, black woman. Bet you ain't never heard that one with all your degrees. Who are you going to get your degrees from? How smart is that? That's like a mouse going to get a degree from a cat. That's how stupid she is. I'm sorry. You're sitting here bragging about all these degrees and you're getting them from the very same people who set you up to fail. You're fucking sorry. I didn't say it. I said F you. I didn't say the rest of it. I didn't say the rest of it. I get props. Well, hold on. I get reward for that. Nah, where's my reward for that? Hold on a second. My awards always disappear. Why does this stuff move? Oh, here it goes. I get an award for that. Right? That reward is for me not using the profanity. But when you just think about the irony of it, if I see one more black podcast with black women complaining about, oh, we have all of these degrees and we're more educated, your education does not help you solve your problem, but you're literally going to get your education from an institution that literally programmed you to fail. If you got all of these degrees and you're the most educated demographic in America, which you're not, you need to go read the data. That means that your community should be all of these degrees and, well, where are all the high value men you're producing? I got to get a crickets effect. Where are all the high value men you're producing? All of these degrees. I saw a black woman the other day celebrating some black girl who married a young black woman who married this 80-year-old billionaire. She's got everything in the world. And all the black women were like, yeah, girl, you got it. You got it. This is the happiest. You can see this is the happiest she's ever been. And they were all just support. I'm just like, y'all really worship money for real, for real. But the point I'm making is that the white woman seems to be able to produce all of these high value men. So you're running two different factories. This is the point I'm making to you. Listen. Don't listen with your feelings. Listen with your brain. You're running two different factories. Her product, look at the product of the white woman. Her product runs and owns the World Bank, the IMF, Pentagon, CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, CIA. Her product, NASA, NATO, right? The Hadron Collider. That's the #1 scientific institution on the planet. They're running atoms through the they're running different atoms and molecules through the Hadron Collider to just basically experiment to create universes and all kinds of stuff. This is the product she's producing. So my question to the black woman is, where's the product you're producing? Because it really is a contest when it comes down to it. You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm on social media and I'm watching people complain about their own product. Who do you think raised black men? White woman? Asian woman? Who do you think raised black men? This is your product. This is your product. Where's your Elon Musk? You the one with all the degrees. You the one with all the degrees. Where's your product? They say you tell the tree by the fruit it bears. You really don't get it yet. I keep telling you, you are at the source of the problem. And until we change that together as a family, as a community, as a society, I will not stop telling you that. Until the evidence, when the evidence and the data says otherwise, more so the evidence, when the evidence says otherwise, I will no longer say that. But as long as I know what's in play, I have to speak to that because the evidence and the data corroborate it and substantiate it. I have no obligation to your feelings at all. Zero. I care more about restoring African people, black people, restoring them, giving them a fighting chance. I care more about that, giving them a fighting chance to restore what needs to be restored so that everything can be put back in its proper place. I had to explain to someone yesterday, a young lady, young black woman, as I explained in one of my previous presentations. The black church is a matriarchy disguised as a patriarchy, just as America is. It's a matriarchy disguised as a patriarchy. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Let me show you what I'm talking about. You all look at Donald Trump. You know who you need to be looking at? If you just want to understand how matriarchy works. Donald Trump's main financial agent, if you will, is his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. What female is between Donald Trump and Jared Kushner? Two men about to make more money, probably damn near than even Elon Musk. One woman, Ivanka Trump. That's the daughter's name, I think, Ivanka, right? Can't hit what you can't see. What stays in the shadows in the dark behind is always protected. This is the way the matriarchy works. You live under the illusion of a patriarchy. Y'all really don't understand what's going on. I've been peeped it a long time ago. I've been peeped it. And you're not even under a patriarchy. Or rather, I've already said you're not under a patriarchy, you're under matriarchy. But the patriarchy that you are subject to is not a patriarchy. It's a racial patriarchy. There's a difference. A racial patriarchy is not a patriarchy. A racial patriarchy is something else. It's something actually quite divorced from a patriarchy. Just letting you know. You need to know that. Okay? I'm not saying that a racial patriarchy is going to be better under another race or anything, but there's a difference. You should know the difference between the two. So let's get back to the data because I don't want to pontificate too long as I'm prone to do. For those of you who don't know, I tend to blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's why I was disappearing off the screen. I was putting myself in the wrong thing. I was like, why is my thing not showing up? Okay, let's get back to the data because I want to show you what this presentation is actually supposed to be about. I don't even know how many people are here. Okay, oh, that's okay. All right. Yeah, I've had more people when I come on later. All right. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I have no problem with losing my female followers if they take offense to what I say, because eventually what's going to happen is that there are going to be females who come along and see this who say, yo, why ain't nobody showing us this? I'm showing it to you. Okay? Black church, this is the profit matrix. Suppresses inquiry, forces obedience, prepares cognitive soil for systemic control. Black maternal faith transmission. This is the problem. Institutionalized anti-analytical thinking produces malleable male subjects. You wonder why your black men are the way they are? This is the exact reason, because of the black maternal faith transmission. It produces malleable male subjects. Education system enforces punishment passivity, converts thought deficiency into disciplinary records. That's what happens. The gaps in the minds of your sons, that lacunae in your son's brain, this is what they turn it into, disciplinary records, which leads to this, for-profit prisons. so that people buy whole mansions in Newport Beach and what's that? Coral Gables, or what they call that place in Florida, right? I think it's Coral Gables, right? Perpetuate economic gain through human warehousing. Of course, this is what it's all about, right? Religious indoctrination leads to educational degradation, which leads to behavioral criminalization, which leads to carceral monetization, generational reproduction. This is not mere sociology, it's applied economic engineering through cognitive containment. This is what it is. This is what they have Black women engaged in with their own children. That's deep. Now, this is important. Why is this on the screen? I got to stop it at this point. I had to say all of that so you could understand this next part. I said all of that because throughout this whole presentation, I was showing the relationship between the Black church, the mother's relationship to the Black church, culturally and religiously. Doesn't really matter. Either one doesn't matter. Because they both impact her fundamental thinking of the world and of life. So that whatever answers she didn't get from the church early on or Sunday school from mommy and daddy, she just doesn't have any of those answers to give her children. Particularly her son, who is supposed to be the psychological weapon of the family and of the community and of the society. He's slowly being dulled to death in his brain because the person from whom he's getting his first intellectual interaction with, which is his mother, she herself is already psychologically dulled from her religious indoctrination, or from the religious indoctrination of the community from which she comes. So she don't even have to be a Christian herself. It's just the community out of which she comes. She's already at a disadvantage psychologically, intellectually. She's already at a disadvantage. Why? Because there's the dearth of intelligence there. Why? Because there's a dearth of data. You ever heard the saying, the more you know, the better you do? Right? Or when you know better, you do better? How you gonna know better? You can't know less and do better. That's not how it works. When you know better, when you know more, you know better. When you know better, you do better. So you got to put the you know more part first. When you know more, you know better. When you know better, you do better. But you got to know more first. That's not what she's coming out of. She's not coming out of no more. Why do you think so many of them, when you see Black women walking the street and selling their coochie, when you see a Black woman stripping in a nightclub, something they try to normalize. When you see a Black female engage in alternative lifestyles that are absolutely anti-healthy. All of these things, this toxic destructiveness in her, or dating certain type of dudes and certain type of guys over and over and over again, right? Always with the same outcome. And then she tries to put some cosmetic on it to make it seem like this is what I really wanted anyway. Well, if that's what you really wanted anyway, a particular lifestyle, then I'm right about the cognitive thing. Let's get back to what I'm showing you, because I probably stopped it to show you something or to talk about something, but you know me, off into Fioria. Let's get back. Okay? Here we go. Come on. Too much silence here. Come on. Here we go. All right. Oh gosh. All I can think about is food. Okay. Let me see what I'm at. Here we go. All right, people, let's do this. Oh, that's why I stopped it. I knew I stopped it for a reason. When I was putting all this stuff together, I had a conversation with one of the pillars of the 𝓈𝓺. And she asked me a question that I had never bothered to ask in order to really establish the point the way it should have been established. So when she asked the question, it forced me to go get the answer. I did not want to take credit for the question that she asked. Now, the reason I was having a conversation with her about part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4 is because, number one, she's brilliant, right? I'm going to just show you her, I'm going to show you her pedigree, at least some of it, the relevant parts of it, so that you can understand why I would even have a conversation about my work with her. It's T.C. Atkinson, for those of you who don't know who she is. She's a former PhD student. She has a degree in psychology, a degree in chemistry, and she has original cancer research published in standard medical journals. She's brilliant, and she's a physics tutor. Most of you don't know the first thing about physics. She has an extraordinarily high IQ. Because of that, I enjoy my discussions with her. Our minds have a certain relationship. It's not even that of finishing each other's sentences. It's our minds complement one another, so that if I'm bringing up something, her background can see where the structure of my premise is incomplete. And so when I was showing her the graphs from the previous presentations, some of the ones we just looked at, she asked a very important question. And so I call it, I do what white people do. You have to name things after yourselves or they'll take all the credit. She asked a very important question, that a very essential question to the whole discussion that I never bothered to ask. And like I told her, I said, well, I can't think of everything. I mean, I put the whole thing together. But she asked a very important question, and I call it the T.C. Atkinson direct IQ correlation factor. I'll say it again. The T.C. Atkinson direct IQ correlation factor. Why do I call it that? Because she asked the most important question in this whole argument. This is why I say don't ever lose faith in the black female or in the black woman. When I'm speaking in terms, I'm talking about averages. They don't all meet. They don't fall. Above average women do not fall. Above average people do not fall in averages. Not in every area of their life. Because even above average people can still fall in averages. But in terms of academic IQ, she's above average. Well above average. So her insight gave her the insight, or it compelled her, or it motivated her to ask the essential question. She got to the Tootsie Roll. She got to the center of the Tootsie Roll, or the Tootsie Pop. She got to the center of the Tootsie Pop with this following question. I'm going to show you what the question was. This is the question that she asked. A question that none of you ask or answer. And don't go in my chat and lie and say, oh yeah, I asked that question before, because you know damn well you didn't. I'm going to show you what the question is. But the one thing I can't stand is when I show something and then people try to pretend that they were already there, because you know you weren't. The only way you're going to convince me that you already asked it is you're going to have to show me a video where you actually asked it and I could see it. This is the question she asked. When does the IQ form? When does the IQ form? Don't go type it into Google, because you didn't know the answer before I just asked it. When does the IQ form? That matters. Why does that matter? Because if your oppressors were setting you up to fail, they already asked that question before they asked themselves that question, or rather they discussed that question amongst themselves long before you even thought it was a subject to even ask. When specifically does the IQ form? Because that is going to show you the importance of the rest of the data. Knowing her, she was probably looking to critique me to say, oh, well, you didn't prove this or you didn't prove that. But I had already established so much with the data that I put together. She realized in her insight that there was only one more question to ask that had not been asked. I appreciate you. That means a lot to me, and I really just appreciate the sentiment, very much so. I want you to think about that. She asked the question of questions. Okay? She asked the question of questions. For those of you who are really about this life, you need to call people and tell them to, yo, tap in. Show me you really rocking with this platform. Did you subscribe? Or are you just watching? Did you hit that like button so the algorithm lets people know I'm here and pushes this to the forefront? Or are you just watching and listening and consuming? You have to interact with the platform in order for the algorithm to know I'm here. Okay? She asked that. That's what's up. That's what's up. She asked that. Shout out to my people in Texas, because they already needed, hey, that's what's up. 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, absolutely. Uncle Jacinette said. Okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. She's talking to Yapping Crowd. That's what's up. So, when she asked that question, she asked me directly. She looked right at me and said, well, when does the IQ form? Like, she and I have had conversations. I can have conversations with her because of her IQ that I can't have with other people. She can have conversations with me because of mine that she can't have with other people. So we have a very special relationship in terms of that. I always say, man, if I'm ever in another relationship again, which I highly doubt, that person would, TC would probably get under her skin, because that's a relationship I will always have in terms of this. In terms of this, absolutely. She's brilliant. But she asked that billion-dollar question, when does the IQ form? And I said, I don't remember what my answer was. I said, you know what? I said, I don't think I included that in the presentation, because there was not supposed to be a part 5. It was supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, on to the next one. But when she asked that question, it made me realize, yo, that's what's up. I need to get that answer. Shout out to Ka-Abet, the family's in the building. Shout out to Duty Bound in the building. If you need a real good firearm instructor, I can recommend one for you right there, especially if you're in the Florida area. It don't matter what kind of firearm you're talking about. He's going to show you how to use it and use it right. Okay? In fact, the same woman who asked this question, who I just showed you on the screen, he made sure All her firearms was right, and I mean all of them. All of them. And we ain't talking about a little bit of firearms either. And we ain't talking about the cheap stuff. Okay? Yeah, there's some beautiful people in the 𝓵𝑘⁄𝑎𝑚ose. You got some dangerous people in the 𝓵𝑘⁄𝑎𝑚ose. You heard? I'm the nice one, right? I'm the nicest one in here. So, oh, no question. Absolutely. Duty bound. I keep telling him I got to bring him on. He needs to do his own podcast. I keep telling him that. Right? Absolutely. Blessed everyone. We love having you here. So, she asked that question. When does the IQ form? No, I appreciate you. Viking, that means a lot to me. It means very much to me. I genuinely appreciate that. So I'm going to show you this because this is a very important question. When does the IQ form? Let's look at it like this. If you raise pit bulls or you raise Rottweilers, I used to work with Rottweilers professionally. If you raise canines, right? You don't think somebody who raises canines know at what age they begin to develop distinct personalities? You don't think they know that? They know that. You don't think it's not easy being me. It's not easy when you see what your people don't see and can't see. I told you, it was designed and structured so that she could not see it. That's one of the things about our relationship, TC and myself, is very symbiotic. I will show her things she didn't otherwise see herself, but the insight that she possesses, once I show it to her, woo, she will zero in on the heart of what it is in a way that is, I won't say supernatural. I call it that real black woman stuff. It's a black woman where the spell has been broken. That's a different kind of black woman. That's a very different kind of black woman. Where that spell has been broken, you're not dealing with the same creature that your colonial master manufactured. Right? Those kind of black women, I don't normally interact with. I don't really know any black women like the ones that are really under the spell. I don't know any black women like that because my life is just not. My life is not really set up for them. Like, what are we gonna talk about? What are we gonna talk? I don't know what those kind of black women even really talk about other than relationships. Relationships, how to get money, get to the bag, and maybe exercise or travel. They like to talk about traveling, going to Dubai and stuff like that. That's, you know, I don't really know much of what I call them bubble people. That's what we were raised. We were raised. What we call them. People who live in the bubble, the Eurocentric bubble, right? I don't know what they talk about, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think I could talk with them about stuff, but I guess it's about crossing paths. But I want you to really think about that. I want you to really think about that. That was not a good question that she asked. That was the question that she asked. When does the IQ form? So let's look. Okay? That's what we're going to look at. When does the IQ form? Because, why? Oh, there's no question about it. Right? Absolutely. Nehem, duao, right? When does the IQ form? Oh, no question. Oh yeah, she definitely has a good selection. Yeah, there's no question about it. You made sure that she was outfitted with all of the necessary how can I put it? Anti-MAGA repellent. So that's a good way to put it, right? So let's look at it. Here you go. You know, I've learned to appreciate too that commercial success is not something I will most likely will ever have. You can see right now, I got what? Just under 100 people in here right now. Normally it's over 100 people. Damn what? I'm barely reaching 80 people right now. It's no big deal to me. But I've learned also that I don't like to use the term in a class by yourself or exclusive or whatever you want to call it. But I know that I'm not for everybody. I'm not trying to be for everybody, right? It's the same way I always tell people, I ain't trying to be your friend. I'm not here to be your friend. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here because there is some data and some information that you need to know and be exposed to and be confronted with so that you can course correct and make some decisions about your life that can really change the outcourse not only of your life, but the life of your whole family. Unless you just have children just to cuddle them or something, I don't know, right? See, now, I think IQ forms when a child becomes conscious. Well, I appreciate that GMK 99, but I don't know who that's coming from. That's a hidden account. Right? I appreciate that. I don't know who that's coming from. Right? Look at this. I appreciate when a child becomes self-aware. That's not an answer. This is an academic platform. So when we ask questions, we expect definitive answers. So let's look at it. Let's see, when does the IQ form and how does that relate to the black church to school to prison pipeline? Because that's what we're here to determine. And the beauty of this is that the right person, all it takes is for the right person to see this and learn this and make the necessary adjustments. And we all benefit from it at some point. What do they say? Plant trees under whose shades you will not sit. You may not sit, right? When does the IQ form? Now, I got 4 parts to this series. And not ever once did I even think to include that part. And the reason why I didn't, let me explain this very quickly. The reason why I did not ask that question specifically in the presentation is because for me, you have to understand, I deal with Kemet a lot. And when you deal with ancient Kemet, you develop a cognitive style. And the cognitive style is everything that you need to know is implicit. It's implied. Because ancient Kemet was an implicit culture because it was deep. So there are things that you are expected to understand just by virtue of what you are presented with. So if I'm showing you data that's saying that this IQ issue is occurring in the black community because of the direct relationship between the religious mother and the male offspring, therefore it's created, it's a cyclical thing that ends up in the for-profit prison system, I'm thinking that you would understand that if I tell you that it's because of the relationship between the mother and the young male child, then that should tell you what I would think you would know. It's during childhood that the IQ is developing. I take it for granted, which is not smart. I shouldn't do that. But because I know that, I think that you know that, right? I think that you know that. Oh, I look fire. I think I look fine. I look fine because I used to get fined a lot when I was coming. Woman told me, "Oh, you fine." I always appreciate that. I'm a man. I'm a human being like everybody else. especially when a foreign girl tell you something. A foreign girl tell you something. It's like, you got something. You working with something, right? Here we go. Okay, look at this. Hold on. During the fetus. I'm showing you this for a reason, because I want you to see that people really don't know the answer to this question. They don't know the answer to this question, right? Now, Caracas, oh, wow. Let me see. Focus. So, un poquito. Okay. So let's rock. In fact, my mother was my Spanish teacher in high school, so that should tell you something. No, in middle school. My mother was my Spanish teacher in middle school, and she failed me. She failed me twice. Or she would say, I failed myself. Right? I have to take accountability for it. So, I got a whole presentation on that. See that term you use, Christian sorcery? I got a whole presentation, because that's the next presentation, FYI. And it's not what you think it is. So let's look at it. Here we go. I love you all. I just have these moments sometimes that I'm overcome by appreciation and just love for, my peoples. Hold on. Here we go. We're going to look at this. 1 second. All right. This must be stuck on. Here we go. All right. Oh, okay. What's up? Okay. When does the IQ form? At what age does a person's IQ form? A person's IQ becomes relatively stable and forms around age 7 to 10. Why did I do that? 7 to 10. The IQ forms between 7 years old and 10 years old. It stabilizes. It forms and it stabilizes between 7 and 10 years old. That's the sweet spot. The process begins from 4 years old to 13 and vacillates afterwards. But between 4 to 13 or 4 to 14, it's forming. It becomes formed and stabilizes between 7 and 10. Where are most Black children being educated on Sundays between 7 and 10? Where are most Black children? Put it in the chat. Where are most Black children? I never seen that one. If I could, I would put it on the screen. Right? Oh, in fact, let's see. Oh no, he sent it to my phone. He didn't send it to me. Hey, I bet send that to my 948 number. I'll put it on the screen. Oh, you did. You did. I see you did already. Cool. All right. Just so y'all can see I wasn't bullshitting. I wasn't. Darn. Okay, one slipped through. Right? I thought I was gonna make it out clean. One slipped through. Just so y'all can see I wasn't. Oh, I guess you saw it already because I was sharing the screen. There you go. That's the same sister that I'm showing you. Where's she at? Hold on a second. I probably closed it already. I don't know why I did that. Come on. Come on. Here we go. What happened? Oh, no wonder. I'm sorry. I'm over here. I got so much stuff open. I'm here. Let's go back. You see her? That's her. Okay? That's the house of my most. That's Duty Bound. That's Embrace Pangea. T.C. Atkinson. Okay? You see that? That y'all should know that. Some of y'all really need to know that. Remember that. You see her? I'll show you again. That's her. Okay? Now, that's what it is. That's what we're doing. Here we go. So, stop sharing for a second. Matter of fact, no, let's get back to that. Here we go. All right. I'm cool. I really don't care. Trust me, it doesn't matter what you see because there ain't nothing. I always make sure nothing sensitive is visually available. So here we go. When does the IQ perform? When does the IQ form? A person's IQ becomes relatively stable and formed around 7 to 10, while early indicators are present in infancy and toddlerhood. IQ scores can change significantly during childhood, often showing major shifts at ages 6 and 10. Although relatively consistent, IQ is not fixed and can shift throughout adolescence. See this though? Relatively consistent. That means by the time your child is 10 years old, that IQ will remain consistent. Let that sink in. Sometimes I get a little overwhelmed because I know people don't understand. Remember, you use the term implicit. I know you don't understand the implications of that. Now, Hotep Jesus, how did that mean? It was like, you should use perplexity because some people like perplexity. Well, I had to learn my brother some things about that, but I humored him. Okay, you want me to use perplexity? Let's use perplexity. IQ does not suddenly form at one specific age. It develops over childhood and then becomes more stable. Now look at that number, 7 to 10. Early development. Cognitive abilities grow rapidly from birth through the early year through the early school years, and test-based IQ scores before about age 4 are quite unstable and can change a lot with development, health, and environment. Many clinicians consider IQ estimates more reliable starting roughly in early elementary school, with stability increasing later through childhood. You notice how it keeps going back to childhood. When IQ becomes more stable, studies and clinical guidance, this is not ChatGPT or Google, this is Perplexity. People like their numbers. Studies and clinical guidance suggest that IQ scores begin to stabilize what? Ages 7 through 10. Meaning a child's relative standing compared with peers tends to stay more similar over time after this point. That means, this is for you black mothers out there, because nobody's talking to you about this. Kevin Samuels, God bless him, may he rest in peace. May we make him proud at some point. Nobody's talking to you about this. The relationship between the mother and the child's IQ. When is the son's child? Remember this future high value man that you want to create. And my thing to black women is this: don't ask for nothing you ain't willing to create. Why should you get a high value black man if you didn't create one for someone else? Kemetville didn't ask you that. There's only one person asked you that. Fresh and Fit didn't ask you that. Why should you get a high value man if you didn't create one for someone else? Because that's deep. That's a deep question. It never showed the pic. Oh, hold on, people. Never showed the pic. I don't know how I didn't show the pic. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this right. Share screen. Entire screen. Okay. As I was saying before, let me scroll back up. This woman here, this queen, this vedette, this princess, this 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁𓫫, right? This goddess is genius. She is a genius. This is her. And where's it at? Hold on. And that's her there. You said it never showed the picture. It should show the picture because I'm sharing my screen. This is her here. Same person. That's her there. That's her there. Now, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to see that. Let me see if you're seeing that. Oh, yeah, I guess it's not. There it is right there. It's showing. I'm looking. I'm seeing it. It's showing. Yeah, that's her there. All right? That's her handling her business. In fact, that's her at the range with duty bound. I bet. Okay? Anyway, let me get off of that. Let me get off of that and get right here. So let's get back to that. Why should you be entitled to a high value man if you didn't create one for someone else? That's a fair question. And my thing is, you don't even have to have a son to create a high value man. I mean, you got nephews, you got brothers, you got neighbors, you got students, you got co-workers. You can always contribute to creating a high value man. But if you ain't creating one for someone else, what on earth makes you think that you are worthy of one? Why should you get and receive what you're not willing to create for someone else? The IQ scores begin to stabilize around ages 7 to 10. That's Google and Perplexity. Large gains in measured IQ are usually seen from about age 2 to early adolescence, with performance often reaching a peak around late teens, 19, 20 years old, before plateauing and then gradually changing with age. Now, this is the part you got to look at, right? Because by the time they get here, 1920, it's too late. It's too late. Because this is where it stabilized at 7 to 10. What you get after that is random. It depends on exposure, habits, education, all the kind of things that are too random and left to chance in the black community. So this don't count. This right here, you playing, what do you call it? Russian roulette. You playing Russian roulette. This is why so many black women have bad experiences with black men. By the time you get to this age, you playing Russian roulette. This is where the magic happens. 7 to 10. I feel like naming some black platforms right now. You go over there, you spend your money with them, but they're not showing you this. How do you want let me break it down for you like this. Let's look at Tyrone. She like stereotypes so much. Let's look at Tyrone, Jerome, and Darian. Some black woman tried to cuss me out on social media the other day. She said, "Oh, it's stupid." Oh, I'm gonna show you what she said. I had to embarrass her. Like when it comes to this, she said a bunch of stupid things and tried to convince me I didn't know what I was talking about, so I had to embarrass her. She said, "You look like your name is probably." You like your name is probably Darren, Tyrone, or Jerome. Well, my name is Shakka, but or Ahmose. You choose. I don't care. Or just Saber. Hold on a second. What do you think, Darian, Tyrone, and Jerome? What do you think that they were subject to between the ages of 7 to 10 years old? Just think about it in your imagination. You already know what it looks like. That's how deep that is. You already know what it looks like. We're talking about the stereotypical Darian, Jerome, and Tyrone. What does their life look like between the ages of 7 to 10? What kind of environment are they in? Where are they on Sundays? Where you gonna find Jerome, Darian, and Tyrone on Sundays between the ages of 7 to 10? Now, let's contrast that. Where do you think Obama was between the ages of 7 to 10? Elon Musk. Where do you think Elon Musk was between the ages of 7 to 10? What do you think he was doing? Peter Thiel. I don't know. Pick one. I don't know. What kind of, between the ages of 7 to 10, what were they exposed to? What kind of ecosystem were they in? Don't mind me, I just needed to sit up straight. Okay. Let's do this. So between the ages of 7 to 10 is when the IQ is being formed and stabilizing. By the time you get to 18 or 19, where it peaks, it's too late. It's too late. I'm just letting you know. Just in case you didn't know, I'm letting you know it's too late. Based on the studies of religious participation, pay attention now. While children across various backgrounds attend, children in black families are noted for having what? Higher rates of and spending more time in church activities compared to other groups. Your children are at the bottom of the barrel in every category. Stop for a second. Your children, dear black, hold on a second. Dear black woman, I'm supposed to do that with a wad of cash, right? Dear black woman, your children are at the bottom. Oh, I got a phone right here. Dear black woman, your children are at the bottom of every category. Income, IQ, What was the other one? Income, IQ, and there was another one. Oh, and they're at the highest of the other two. Highest religion, highest incarceration. Lowest income, lowest IQ. Those are inverse relationships, which means that these numbers are not disconnected. Most amount of Christians, most amount of time in church, as children, Sunday school. Dear black woman, I'm writing, hold on a second. Here you go. Dear, can you see this? I'm writing you a letter. Dear black woman, your children are at the bottom of every major category pertaining to success. Lowest IQ, lowest median income, highest incarceration rate, highest amount of Christians, most attended in church as children in the IQ stabilizing, formation and stabilizing period. Do you know how detrimental that is to your future? Do you know what a detail that is that you are sending your children on? Do you know what kind of brain damage you are doing to your children? Not white people. This is why I don't accept black people blaming white people. That blame only extends but so far. I'm not saying that they're completely innocent in all of this. What I'm saying is the blame stops at a certain point. If you rather go watch somebody or something else than listen to what I'm telling you, go blame them. Keep blaming somebody else for problems that you are creating and that only you can solve. Only you can solve it. How you going to be mad at white people when only you can solve your problems? That don't even make sense. That's we call that in the street a backwards hustle. He mad at white people about a problem they can't solve. That's stupid. I tell a white person in a hot second, do not have any sympathy or empathy for black people. I don't care how many tears you get, how many sob stories they give you about slavery, none of them. Do not. They are their own worst enemy. The biggest one being the black woman. Yes. Because if you fail to understand this, everything else that you think you know will only serve to confuse you. Yep. And I'm her biggest fan. I will always be her biggest fan. But I love her enough to kiss her and wake her up. That's what a Prince Charming is supposed to do. Wake you up from the slumber. Unless you just want to be Sleeping Beauty and just stay asleep from the poison and the potion that the witch put on you. And most black women prefer to be asleep. That's it. Emotional defensiveness is, I don't have no problem with a black woman being emotionally defensive. It's a natural reaction. I don't think any less of her. I don't. Because she feels offended? No, she's a human being. She's supposed to feel offended. What I'm hoping for, though, is that there's a much more larger reservoir of strength that once she gets past the offense, she'll only become interested in the data. Because what do they say? You know what happens when you wake a sleeping giant? I'm trying to wake a sleeping giant. I'm trying to wake a black, beautiful dragon. I am, no question. But as long as she's under that spell, she's going to keep her own Prince Charming enchanted. That high value man she's supposed to be producing and raising for someone else so that she can in turn get one as well. Because it's reciprocity. That's the nature of the universe. You don't deserve a high value man if you're not creating one for someone else. And you can't create a high value man if you don't understand. Oh, I did a whole study. Okay. I'm gonna give you game right now. Because it's related to this. I actually saved it. I should save it for a further presentation. In fact, I will. I'm gonna save it for another presentation. but it's related to this. Oh, hell, I'm going to give it to you now. Now, if there was over 100 people, no, you know what? Screw them. I'll give it to you. A black woman was talking about how black men are this and black men are this, that, and the third. And then I saw a black man respond to her and try to start a conversation, and she just dismissed him out of hand. Because I had a good response ready for her too, but then I was like, I realized it doesn't matter what I say. Now, this is where black women really need to listen. If you really want some game, I'm going to give you some game that nobody's going to give you. That's any black woman who's still here, because the way I talk, you can't really hang in there if you're not strong, if you don't have strong stuff. I said it doesn't matter what I say, and then I said, well, why doesn't it matter what I say? Shit. Oh, come on. All right. It went in and out for a second. Why? I said, well, why doesn't it matter what I say? I said, because I had a response ready for this girl on her page. I said, Shaka, why are you wasting your time putting a response for this woman when what you say doesn't matter to her? And I said, well, why doesn't it matter to her? Because here's the truth. Are you ready? I want you to pay attention. Black women do not care about what black men think. I'll say it again. Black women do not care, genuinely speaking, black women don't care about what black men think. They care about only what black men can provide. I'll say this again. If you look at, I heard this on that same page, the black, I actually saved it. I can show it to you right now. I can pull it up. Because I saved it because I wanted to respond to it. Black women don't care about what black men think in general. They don't. Because every time a black man says something, what does the black woman do? She has an opposing response, and she dismisses him out of hand, especially if he's a brokey or a dusty. Right? Ask a black woman if Einstein was a brokey or a dusty. Why? Because what I try to impress upon people is that many of the people who changed the world, who changed the whole entire planet, were not wealthy, rich people. By your standards, they were brokies and dusties. Little bull crap pension, little bull crap salary at some college or whatever. You think Tesla was some wealthy dude? Do you think that? No. Most of the people that changed the world, really changed the world, they weren't rich, wealthy people. I'm saying to you that black women, on average, if you go to Facebook and just go into threads and just look at how people communicate with each other. I want you to go in a thread where there's a back and forth with black women and black men. And I want you to see, even if about relationships or whatever, I want you to see how black men are dismissed. Just dismissed. Now watch. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? Because if you don't care about what a black man thinks, that means that you don't understand the formula. The formula is thinking precedes doing. Thinking comes first. What that means is What a man earns will usually be premised on his ability to think. What a man earns, that bag, is usually premised on his thinking. If you live in a culture where you don't care what black males think, you're also saying that you don't care about the outcome, which is the bag. You forfeit the bag before it's even gotten. Okay, let me put it in language that you can understand as a little girl. You remember the story about Mother Goose and the golden eggs? The thinking, the IQ. The thinking is the golden goose. The high value are the eggs. The problem with the black woman is she's hyper-focused on the eggs and she ignores the goose. Darn. She's hyper-focused on the eggs. Oh, he can't afford to buy a house. He doesn't have good credit. He dot. Right? Everything that he cannot do is premised on his thinking. Listen to what I'm telling you. Everything that he cannot do is premised on his thinking. Conversely, everything that he can do is premised on his thinking. That means the very thing that you should be obsessed with is between a black man's ears. That's what you should be obsessed with. I mean, between the legs is a given. I don't have to, you already know what it is. With all due respect, of course. The thinking precedes the bag, which means that 7-year-old to 10-year-old, that's what's going to determine whether or not he gets the bag. Yep. Just letting you know. And why do I say that? I say that because there are a lot of people, especially out here today, who pretend like they actually got the bag. They don't have the bag. They just act like they got the bag. That's it. It's part of the culture. Fake it till you make it, blah, 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 blah. You know, it rarely is what you think it is. Okay? And I'm talking about a lot of famous people too. Fame is a currency carried over from the past that makes people think that you got that bag. No. No. So let's continue. Comments. Oops. Here we go. Let's continue. That's what we're here for. To look at the data. If we look at the data, we could perhaps solve our problems. And that's what we're here for. All right? Based on studies of religious participation, while children across various backgrounds attend, children in black families are noted for having higher rates of and spending more time in church activities compared to other groups. Key age, 4 to 14. Researchers and ministries often focus on the 4 to 14 window. What? As the most critical, impressionable age range for children to attend Sunday school and to be receptive to the gospel. Do it. This is a science. They know that your children are most receptive to the gospel between the ages of 4 and 14. And it's important that they're caught between those ages because that's the 7 to 10-year-old range where you are stabilizing. This is why a Catholic priest says, give me a child between the ages of between 7 and 10. When I give him back to you, no matter what, he will always be a Catholic. Always. You know how many people I see come out of the Kemetic community when they get to a certain age, they go back to Christianity because it really never left them. Why? Because when they became Christians, it was between the ages of 7 and 10 where the brain was formalizing. What made it possible for me was that it was at that age that my family really began to, it was during that age period where my family began to migrate from the standard African-American Black church worldview into upper academia, upper echelon education, the hallowed halls of academia. So in that context, in that sense, I was saved, so to speak. Interesting choice of words. But yeah, yes, right? I had intellectual options that the average young Black person did not have when I was growing up. Today, young Black people can be exposed to so much stuff on social media, but there's another part of that game that you don't understand, and you won't understand it until I play a certain lecture for you, which I'm going to in the future. You have to understand how knowledge is canceled out. Knowledge is canceled out by information overload. If you want to make sure somebody doesn't learn something, give them too much. And that's how the system works. That's how they killed all other ideological movements. Communism, socialism, this ism, that ism. They were all killed by introducing variation because variation brings about nihilism. This is real stuff. This is how the world works. That's how when I try to teach people, I try to keep their mind as clear as possible from anything other than what I'm talking about. And it has to be presented in such a way that there is no other lane. Because in truth, there really is no other lane. All the other lanes are illusions. But that's cool. Hey, whatever gets you there, right? Whatever gets you across the finish line. If it's an illusion, some people are like, the illusion is fine. As long as it gets me across the finish line. Some people say, what? Delude yourself to all the way to success. You know? Okay? But I'm showing you this. Shout out for the bombs. Boom. Without question. Okay? Absolutely. I want you to see this. Okay? I really want you to see this. No, not at all. It just comes, it's like, it's the old saying, you dress your car. I dress my car. I adorn my car. Right? My wardrobe reflects my car, and that's it. You know? But I appreciate you. I appreciate you appreciating me, and absolutely, and my sense of aesthetics, without question. So I want you to see this, that which is herself or is whatever is outside of her, taught to her to cripple. Yes, of course it is. The white man's greatest weapon against the Black man is his own woman. Just think of it in terms of warfare. Like, depersonalize it. Just depersonalize it. How she hyper-focused on the eggs with her eggs expiring. Well, she's hyper-focused on the wrong eggs. Right? The golden goose that lays the golden eggs is this is the golden goose. but she's not overly invested in increasing his IQ. And telling him to go get a degree is not increasing his IQ. It's not. You know how many stupid people got degrees? I know a whole bunch of them. I know so many stupid people with college degrees. That's why I never wanted. I didn't ever want to go to college. I dropped out in the 10th grade. I've taken college courses, but a degree and to be in there, like to make it that much part of your life, I really didn't encounter many intelligent people in that ecosystem. I encountered people who were followers who were told to take a certain path that was safe or that they thought was safe, and they took that path and they got all kinds of debt they got marketed to, and they spend the rest of their life paying for a degree that can't even furnish them the lifestyle they want. When all of the people who are oppressing them, said to hell with college. They took some classes, learned what they needed to learn, and they got out. Most, if not all, not all, but most. Okay. Did I get that one? Because I'll take a sideways comment, a compliment. I'll take an indirect compliment. Absolutely. So look, exactly. That's where they at. Hold on, where is that? Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Hold on, because somebody answered it correctly. Here you go. When I said, where is Jerome, Tyrone, and Darian on Sunday between the ages of 7 and 10? And somebody gave the right answer. Church with Granny on Sunday. That's where they at. Excellent. That was an excellent response. That's an excellent response. Okay? How many women I got commenting here? 0. That's okay. As long as the right one comes along and gets it and sees the game, peeps the game, that's all I care about. I don't care about being popular. I don't care about popularity. None of that. That don't mean, I don't care about likability. I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm not here to hold your hand. I'm trying to tell you something that I peeped and was like, I could either say nothing about it, I could find a way to say it palatable, or I could just put it together and just say it and say, here it is. This is what it is. Do with it what you want. I don't care. I'm telling you, this is what it is. You don't have to like it. It's probably not going to make you feel good, but at least, right? At least you can, I appreciate you. Very much so, right? At least, I definitely appreciate that, right? At least what I'm saying to you is, all I care about is, it's like if you're a boxer, if you are a trainer and you're training a boxer, you're only as good as if you could show the boxer their weak points. Me showing you your strong points all the time. What about when your weak points get you knocked out? Black women are like a boxer that only want a trainer to show them their strong points. That's it. Which means she's guaranteed to get knocked out. Unless her name is Clarissa Shields. Right? Or Layla Ali. Right? But the average black woman, she only wants a trainer who shows her and highlights her strong points. A trainer like that don't care about you. They're leaving you to get wide open and knocked out because they're not highlighting your weak points. You train with me, all I'm going to do is highlight your weak points so that by the time I'm done with you, you no longer have any weak points. But first, you got to, because that's the one thing I love about sports. You got to you got to confront what it is. Sports don't care about your emotions. They don't. Either you won or you lost. Either you won or you lost. That's it. And I appreciate, that's right. You got to know your weaknesses. Facts. Facts. I appreciate you. That's what's up. I appreciate you, Queen. You got to know your weaknesses. I'm all about seeing black women win. So I'm going to come in and say, yo, baby girl, I got you. I got you. I got you. Come here. Let me show you what's going on. what's going on is he put a chip in you. He put a chip in you to stalemate me. Yeah. Facts. These are facts. He put a chip in you to stalemate me so that I cannot come to your defense. Period. He made you his greatest weapon to stalemate me. Therefore, the first thing that has to happen is you have to devalue what I think. Why do you devalue what I think? Because I don't own Saks Fifth Avenue. You don't associate this with Saks Fifth Avenue. You don't associate this with a 7 Series license to be a stockbroker. You don't associate this with, if I walk into a Whole Foods, I walk into anywhere, and the average black woman look at me, especially if imagine I walk in there looking like this. Who this clown? I mean, when I first threw this on, I appreciate the compliments. When I first threw it on, I was like, I said, I probably look strange to people. Then I said, you know what? I'd rather look strange than look like everybody else. That's the one thing. I would much rather look like a clown or look strange than look like everybody else. I've always been that way. Always. Always. But where that really matters is here. That's where that really matters. Your thinking should be that way. Why should you be an 85 to 90 IQ when you can be 110, 125, 130? Why? Why not? But in order to produce, keyword, in order to mass produce, this is where black women need to start thinking, because you don't think like mass producers. I want you to really hear me for a second, because if you're a black woman, you know this dialogue and this discourse. How many black women talk about their degrees and their education? How much does that mean if you're not mass producing success? It doesn't mean anything. It's marginal. In terms of the place that you come from, in terms of the community you come from, it's in terms of the impact on the lives of little black children that you see going to school every day, it's almost insignificant and meaningless. When they go sit in those classrooms, how many textbooks are they reading written by you? You know what that deserves. Just think about that. How many you got all these degrees? If you got all these degrees, then you should be writing all of the textbooks that is going to impact your children between the ages of 7 and 10 and give them the IQ they deserve, so that you can then have a country or a community full of high value men. You have high value men like walking down the street and finding a gum on the sidewalk. Is that common? Like finding old gum on the concrete. That's a pretty common thing. Or like finding a crack in the sidewalk. You'll find high value black men at that value because you're mass producing them. You want a scarcity in which you play no part in even producing. You talk about a high value black man like he's some commodity that was produced and imported from someplace that you walk into a store and find on a shelf, and you're just seeking, where can I find one? You're a stupid person. Some days I wish I could just grab a whole bunch or a stadium full of black room. Sometimes I wish I could find a stadium full of black women and just speak to them the way they need to be spoken to. I swear to God. But you know why they don't? Black women have such a vitriol when you offend them. It's so vicious, and you know it. You, as a black woman, you know it. You know it. You all know it. When you offend them, it's a viciousness. It's not a viciousness like white women or even Asian women. This is the viciousness that has oomph to it. It's very tough, and many men fear it because it's how can I put it? It's volatile. That's the word I'm looking for. It's volatile. So because I understand how the female operates, it's an indirect form of violence. That's what she responds with. It's an indirect form of violence. It is, because it's volatile. So she'll violate you in an indiscreet way. Dismiss you, ignore you, and right back to the first. It's like you got a what do you call it? A electric wire, right? And it has a feedback loop. I just told you the black woman's number one problem is she doesn't care about what the black man thinks. Because she doesn't care about what black males think, between the ages of 7 and 10, where the IQ is forming and stabilizing, she's really the least interested. All she cares about is go to school, get grades, are you having fun? That's it. There's no serious investment in his IQ between the ages of 7 and 10, right? Therefore, the chances of her producing a high-value black man for someone else is the rates are very low. But this is the thing, she's the number one person in the market looking for it. In other words, you create beggars while looking for high-value men. No, go ahead and watch these stupid black men who argue on social media back and forth, who talk about their heydays and I don't know, whatever. You know, go watch something. I'm just smiling because I know what's going on. I know what's actually happening. And I'm sitting here watching this with my own two eyes, and I'm like y'all really don't care. Like, y'all really, really don't care. How do I know you don't care? It's like when you walk into a room. Like a dude who walks into a room, he already know who about that life. When you talking about these right here, and like, it can really pop off in a room. Dudes, they don't look at each other and size up. They already know. Nah, he really with the shit. Or he not. It's the same way I can size up people who, how do I know? When I walk into, all I have to do is look on the social media ecosystem and listen to the conversations. None of you are having this conversation. None of you. None. Zero. Zilch. There is no platform having a Diary of a CEO is not having this conversation. He could care less about black women. Right? With all due respect. Right? I don't mean anything against Stephen Bartlett because I'm a big fan. In fact, I have his book right here with a gift given to me. Diary of a CEO is right there. Stephen Bartlett, I'm a big fan. Big fan. I have my critiques, but still a big fan. Think about that. You create a community of beggars. That's what you do. You create a community of beggars. And then when they go up to be what you created, they're working with what you gave them. That's what they're working with. The scaffolding, the intellectual scaffolding. I heard one woman, she said, why don't they just go to college and get degrees? What do you want? All you're going to have is an idiot with a degree, like you. That's it. How dare you? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. If you were not an idiot with a degree, your degree would enable you to literally fix your community overnight by yourself. You're not. You're in these weirdo relationships that you have now normalized, watching your community disintegrate before your eyes. And when somebody, and you're in denial about what it all is about. Like, you really are. And you place higher priority on your emotional indignance. Like, you know what a black woman's drug of choice is? Her favorite drug of choice is, I'm talking about the average black woman. Her favorite drug of choice is self-righteous moral indignation. That is their favorite drug of choice. That is the outfit. That is the clothing they assume when you confront them with facts. Self-righteous moral indignation. How dare you? Or it becomes an asymmetrical thing. You start shrinking in their eyes as if you already weren't small enough, and then you only increase in their eyes when you inflate their ego. You don't win wars by inflating somebody's ego. No. You could take that and you know what you could do with your ego, right? I'll tell it to any black woman, you know what you could do with your ego. Because if you don't know, I will show you what you can do with your ego. You don't win wars by inflating someone's ego. You win, well, I'll just keep that. You don't win wars by inflating someone's ego. Children, IQ. The IQ forms between the ages of 7 and 10. Between the ages of 7 and 10, the majority of black children are in church Sunday school. Yes. Yes, this is the truth. Yeah, all across this land. Yep. And if they're not, they're being raised by somebody who was. And I told you, it doesn't matter if it's you. Ooh. Are you getting it yet? Let's get back to the data. Because I want to be done with this and I want to go eat. If you learn, you learn. If you don't, hey, look, either learn or burn. Ooh, hold on a second. I just came up with another bar. That's my own. Hold on a second. I gotta do what I gotta do. Hold on a second. Yeah. Learn or burn. That's my new. That's an Ahmoseism. All right. Let people know where you got that from. Boom. Here we go. Right? And watch this. Right? Boom. Boom. That's it. There it is. I like that. I like that a lot. That's it. Learn or burn. That's how I feel about you. That's really how I feel about people, period. Just so you can know. Learn or burn. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. Right? Learn or burn. Makes me know, never mind. As they say in Kemetville. Unma. Unma'a. You like to talk about pyramids and where aunts and all this other stuff. You should know what I'm saying. Unma'a. Unma'a. You know what that means? Unma'a. Reality. What is facts? Unma'a. Learn or burn. Yes. That's it. Absolutely. That is an Ahmoseism. That's right. I got a bunch of them, but that's one of the first ones that I've shared with people. Right? I don't normally share them in public. Facts. I'm trying to show you what's going on. And the churches know the minute. You saw what it said. It said the researchers and the ministries focus on the children between 4 and 14 because that is when they are most susceptible to receiving the gospel. I showed you the data. I'm not making this up. I literally showed you the data. Literally. I'm trying to show you this is all about thinking. All of it. The entire arena is about thinking. They know this. They had 300 years to tamper with your brain. And you think that you are in touch with reality because you've been free for what, a little over 100 years? Or 200 years, however much it is? $1965 made 100 years. 1965 made 100 years. I'm born in 1967. We got free in this country in 1865. 1965, when Malcolm X was assassinated, was literally 100 years after the Civil War, the end of the Civil War. 100 years. Now I want you to think about this, just so you can understand. Let me put that in context for you so you can understand who you're talking to. Who's talking to you. If the Civil War ended in 1865, think about this. If the Civil War ended in 1865, I need music for this part. I need some theme song for this. If the Civil War ended in 1865, and I was born in 1967, you don't think that in 1967 that there were people who were 103 years old, 104 years old, 105 years old, 110 years old? When I was a child, still spending time in the South, in South Carolina, we knew people that were 107 years old. We knew people that were 106 years old, meaning that we knew people who were alive before the Civil War ended. We knew people who were born before the proclamation of emancipation, or the Emancipation Proclamation, was signed. And we damn sure knew people who were born before Juneteenth, living when I was a child. And y'all wonder why I act the way that I act and why I behave the way that I behave. I'm not a millennial. I'm not a Gen Z. I grew up with all of the horror stories that you heard about. The things you only saw in movies, the thing you see in crazy videos, all the insanity, all the crazy stuff. We grew up with it. I really want you to understand and appreciate that and respect that. I'm not talking to you because I'm not trying to bully on the sisters. That's not what this is about. This is about me growing up from the 1960s, the 70s, the 80s, and just seeing so much. I can't begin to describe all that I saw. Spending my childhood in South Carolina. My father's from Louisiana. My family came from the Bible Belt. I grew up in the Black church. I know all of the dysfunction in the Black community that happened. I saw all of it, experienced all of it. I was also blessed enough, though, to be pulled over to another side, a longer lineage. When you talk about W.E.B. Du Bois, when you talk about Carter G. Woodson, when you talk about William Leo Hansberry, when you talk about Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Dr. Joseph Pinyakin, and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, Drusilla Judge Houston, when you talk about Black people who not only held the line, but they restored the line. Line, lineage. Y'all really don't understand what this is about. Can you imagine? Let me show you how powerful the Black woman is. If you were a general commander, and your army had to fight another army, wouldn't you invest to ultimately win the war? How would you feel if you could find a way to get the weapons of your enemies to fire on your enemies? Wouldn't that be dope to get the greatest weapons of your enemies to fire on your enemies? You don't have to bust a bullet. You don't have to do nothing. That's what they did by instilling Jesus in the black woman. They took the person on the battlefield, the male, and they took what his greatest weapon was and turned it against him, his woman. His greatest resource. What makes the black woman the black man's greatest resource? Average black woman couldn't even answer that question. What makes the black woman the black man's greatest resource? The very simple answer to that question. I won't even make you wait for it. It's motivation. Motivation. Anytime you want to solve a crime, what's the first thing you got? Motive. Why? Because motive is what moves things. It's a catalyst. You want a high value man, you got to provide a young man with motivation to be one. But if his motivation becomes another woman that doesn't look like you, and this becomes a nationwide practice, because this, hey, let everybody just do themselves. Do you? Let everybody just do themselves. Do you? If this becomes a nationwide practice, let me get back. See, what happens is when I get tired and I'm hungry at the same time, I get stuck. I don't know if I ramble or whatever it is, but so you kind of wonder. You're kind of exhausted. And, oh, gosh, I just want to eat. But I got to do this. I got to do this. And I'm going to stop talking about food. Look at this, people. Researchers and ministries often focus on the 4 to 14 window as the most critical, impressionable age range for children to attend Sunday school and what? To be receptive to the gospel. Look, your greatest intellectual resource, your greatest computer, look at what you're doing. That's like throwing water inside of your laptop. And then you get mad that the laptop don't work right. I wish I could put a bomb on this thing while I had. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure I was in the right window because I wasn't. Let's look at this. Look at that. That's deep. Researchers and ministries often focus on the 4 to 14 window at the most critical, impressionable age range for children. What did it tell you? This is the most critical. Do you know what most critical means? Do you know what most critical means? It means this is it. Remember Michael Jackson had a song in a movie called This Is It? This is it. Most critical between 4 and 14. After that, it's a wrap. Impressionable age range for children to attend Sunday school to be what? Receptive to the gospel. Look. This is like taking water. It's like, this is literally like taking water and throwing it in your laptop. This is literally what you're doing. Take your laptop to the tub and throw it in the tub with you, because that's what you're doing. And you wonder why when they get here, you can look at them and see. You already know what the end of this is going to look like. And if they get this part right, they're going to get so many other things wrong that this part won't even make a meaningful difference. How do I know? I've been around a long time. I know what I'm talking about. Perplexity. Children in Sunday school typically covers preschool through middle school. Roughly what ages? 3 to 13. What fits in there? The 7 to 10 window. These people aren't stupid. They're playing to win. They leave nothing to chance. The few age-specific church participation figures focus on under 12 as a single group rather than calculating a mean age. And the best that could be said is what? African-American Sunday school attendees, where present, are almost certainly concentrated in the elementary and early middle school years, roughly early childhood through preteen. 7 to 10. They don't understand the name of the game, people. What is the average, or what do the stats say concerning the amount of African-American felons who receive the 7 to 10 year? Oh, so remember this? Remember, I'm going to show you something. Watch this. When I saw this number, 7 to 10, because I know how these numbers are related, I said, a person's IQ becomes stable and forms at the age of 7 to 10? And then I saw it repeated again on Perplexity. I said, where did I hear that number 7 to 10 from before? How often do we hear that number, 7 to 10? Put it in the chat. I want to see how smart you are. Figure it out. Put it in the chat. When do we hear the term 7 to 10? I just want to see how smart you are. Come on, put it in there. Put it in the chat. When do we often hear the term 7 to 10? I'll wait. I will wait. In fact, as I'll wait, give me 1 second. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, I'm right here. I'm gonna give you a time to put it in the chat. Don't worry, people. I'm still here. Put it in the chat. When did we hear that? 7 to 10. Oh, I see some people got it. All right. We'll put it on the screen in a second. I see some people got it. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to get that cocoa. I'm going to get that cocoa taste out of my mouth. Thank you for being patient. But I'm right here. Okay, let's do this. I'm watching myself on camera as I'm talking to you, and I'm like, man, get that cocoa off your teeth. All right. This is how to gross me out. Here we go. Oh, it's okay. Cool. Yeah, I did what needed to be done. Okay. Here we go. So where do we hear that term, 7 to 10? That's when the IQ stabilizes, 7 to 10, right? And I said, well, where do we hear that? Where do we hear that from? Boom. There you go. For those of you who don't know, there's a direct correlation between those numbers, 7 to 10. 7 to 10 is when your IQ forms and stabilizes. 7 to 10 is the most common jail sentence in which African Americans are mostly overrepresented. I'm going to show it to you in a second. Exactly. Some of you got it. 7 to 10. Okay? The direct correlation between the two. Give me a second. Hold on 1 second. I am going to do this, and I'm going to do. Give me 1 second, people. I'm just changing the battery. Okay, I'm here, people. Thank you so much. I just wanted to be able to keep this moving. Right. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. We good to go. We good to go. We good to go. And we are on. We are good. Okay, people. Please let us resume. We are back. Just had to make sure things stay charged. Because we're on here for a minute. We're going on 5 hours. I'm not going the full 6 hours. I'm going to end this shortly. Hopefully. Let's see. Here we go. All right, let's do this. Exactly. That's what that 7 to 10 stands for. Okay? There you go. That's what that 7 to 10 stands for. Watch this. I personally don't feel that it's a coincidence. Because the moment I kept hearing that 7 to 10, the way my mind works, I always look at patterns. So I'm looking at this. So the IQ stabilizes between 7 to 10. And then I said, why do I always hear that that 7 to 10. How many times have I heard that in my lifetime as a sentence being given out? Because of the way things work, I don't think that things like this are by chance or an accident. That's just not the way things normally work, right? They like to hide things like, what do they call it, in plain sight, in your face, right? What is the average, or what do the stats say concerning the amount of African-American felons who receive the 7 to 10 year sentence, i.e. how common is that specific outcome? While specific national data sets often group sentences into broader categories such as greater than 5 years or over 10 years, existing 2026 and historical data revealed that African-American defendants are disproportionately, hear that? Disproportionately represented in lengthy sentence brackets, including the 7 to 10 year range. Now, from my perspective, I don't see that as some kind of anomaly or some kind of just happenstance. That's not the way numbers work. I understand numbers. Numbers don't work like that. It just so happens that our IQ formalizes and stabilizes between the ages of 7 to 10 years. And this particular sentence, this sentence range, African Americans, whose numbers are the smallest in America, are overrepresented in that particular range. Federal and state data consistently show that African American felons receive longer sentences than white felons for similar offenses, which can push outcomes into the 7 to 10 year range more frequently. The same way that I showed you that the numbers always line up, they line up. None of these numbers are coincidence. You know what a dumb person is? A dumb person is somebody who walks through the grass and they see a bunch of freshly hatched snake eggs, right? And to the dumb person thinks it's a coincidence that the mother cobra is standing right behind the bush. That's the way dumb people think. Oh, it must be a coincidence. Right? Or maybe some dude comes home and smells another man cologne on his woman. And I don't know, maybe he thinks it's a coincidence that her boss wears that cologne. He's like, oh, what a coincidence. Right? Or flip it. Right? You know, one of your homegirls with a certain perfume and your man come home and you smell it all over him. And you're like, oh, what a coincidence. Like, no, it's not a coincidence. All right? Like, let's go. You're off. You're on the wrong stuff. Wrong stuff. Wrong stuff. Nah. Here you go. Here we go. No. Not. No. Off. Damn. That shit makes me worry about the people. Here we go. Look. Learn or burn. Learn or burn. Learn or burn, Jack. Some people are content with burning. You know? Maybe we all are in some sense. I don't know. But look. Let's make it through this and get up on out of here. And we're back at part 1, which is this part. Maternal religiosity thus becomes a cognitive inherent system, transferring anti-analytical modes of thought directly to, what is this? Male children. male children. All right? From the mother to the male children. Now, why is that interesting? Because if you look at all of the other numbers that we showed, IQ, income being the lowest, corresponding with the two highest, which is the amount of Christians and incarceration, that's called an inverted relationship. It is emblematic of the exact relationship between a mother and a son. It's an inverted relationship. It's not the mother and the daughter. It's the mother, it's the son and the mother. It's an inversion. It's an inversion of sorts. And that very relationship is expressed throughout all of the other numbers. I just wanted to show you this so you could see when the IQ forms. Thank you, T.C. Atkinson, for asking that key question. Right? Yes. And she gets a, what is it? Okay. That's
Bet
it.
you didn't know that.
She asked the question, so she gets to say what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? The IQ formed between the ages of 7 and 10.
Oh, yeah. Hey, if you didn't know before, now you know.
Okay? Because she asked that question. So now you know, between the ages of 7 and 10 years old, if you want a community of high value men, now here's the real test. Here's how you really gonna be able to tell who's for the black community, who's not. You're gonna have two sets of black women. One set of black women is only concerned with finding for themselves high value men for themselves. The other set of black women are those women who are committed to and obligated to produce a society of high value black men. Which of these two women have greater value? I will say it again. In the big picture scheme of things, okay? You have two women, two sets of women. One set is solely about finding a high value black man for themselves. The other set is solely focused on producing a society of high value black men. Which of these two sets of women have a greater value? I'll wait. I'll wait. Which of these two? Tell me. Hold on. Which of these two women looking for a high value man for herself, focused on producing a society of high value men? These two sets of women do not have the same value. If you think they have the same value, go watch another platform, because you got a lot of catching up to do. This was the final presentation of the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline. And it was in this final presentation, because of the question that T.C. Atkinson asked, which is, when does the IQ form? And it's a correlation factor. That's why it's called the T.C. Atkinson IQ correlation factor, because, or the direct IQ, because it directly correlates with church and Sunday school concentration. In fact, that particular age when the IQ is being formed and stuff, is specifically sought out because that's when it's most receptive to receive the gospel. Woo! ghost spell. We'll be talking about that too. Part of me feels like that's strange. Okay, I'll just do that. Did I miss something here? It looks like I did for some reason. I don't know why I'm unable to see. Let me see if it may show I'm still on. Yeah, I am. I'm not sure what happened here. I'm in my media section and it's acting strange. Like it's stuck. It won't let me access all of my stuff. Oh, well, damn, that's too bad. Why did it do that? StreamYard, you messing up. I appreciate you. Very much so. Very much so, Nefarious One. I want you to see that. I want you to think that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you think they have the same value, you suck at math. No, if you think those two women have the same value, the one who's solely about getting a high value man for herself, and the other one who is solely focused on producing a society full of black, high value black men. One wants a high value man for herself, that's her focus. The other one wants to produce a society of high value black men. Those are two different women. Those are two different women. Why? Because one of these groups is set on doing that, whether she has a high value man or not. Whether she has a high value man or not, this is still her priority because she understands the value of producing a society full of high value black men. In other words, she's producing it for the right reasons. This one wants a high value black man for all of the wrong reasons. You understand? And this is real simple stuff. Most of it is just simple inversion. If this one is doing something for the right reason, this one has to be doing it for the wrong reason. It's not rocket science. You don't have to sit there and agonize over the infinitesimal idiosyncrasies that may be expressed in diverse ways. Oh, this is bullshit. Okay, my second, right? Let's crap on. Okay, so I just said, oh, this is the least profanity I've ever used. I'm proud of myself. So, well, yeah, right. That's what y'all say. Y'all want me here more often, so I'm here. Don't complain, right? So, yeah, absolutely, right? So, this is the real of what it is. I wanted you to see this. I could have left it at part 4 and just didn't say anything, but I really wanted you to know that this is the whole. If you look at everything that I showed you in part 1, 2, 3, and 4, where there is this situation going on between the mother and the son that has to do with this transference of religiosity and this anti-analytical framework that the child is burdened with from this critical age. That child is helpless by the time they get to 6th grade to 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th. Kids are helpless, and then you wonder, well, I can't even show you the I can't even play the one that I want to play now because this thing is stuck. Like I don't understand what happened to my wow, that's crazy. That's really crazy. My let me see what happens here. Hold on 1 second.
Remember to share this with your family and friends.
Man, I wonder what happened that I cannot move. I can't move my menu to be able to. Yeah, that's cold blooded. No, I wonder what happened. My media froze on me. That's whack. Yeah. StreamYard, you gonna give me a refund for tonight? Yeah. Like, are you telling me I can't even play my outro? No, I'm just stuck. I can only play. I can only prompt yo, this is wild. Like, why are you doing this to me? StreamYard. I'm gonna have to find another platform to use it. Because you can't be doing this to me. Like, nah, there's no way you could do this to me. Nah. No, I'm not doing that. But yeah, that's whack. Literally just froze my media. Maybe I was using it too much. Maybe I haven't used too many bombs. I don't know. Wow, that's cold-blooded. Which means I can't play the outro, which I was really looking forward to playing tonight because I've been forgetting to play it. I even had it on my reminder, play the outro. And it's like, they won't even let me play it now. That really sucks. Well, I wonder what happened. Yeah. My media assets are acting like something else. Okay. Did I do something to it? Oh, let's. Yeah, I guess I did. Damn, I've never seen this happen before. I know one thing, it's better not ever happen to me again. Yeah, because they're messing up my flow with that. Anyway, folks, if you wanted to show your appreciation, the Cash App is at the top of the YouTube chat. Please support the channel, support the platform. Your presence is welcomed and appreciated. Like I said, I don't do this to make friends or to be liked or anything of that nature. Like, I mean, look, likability has its place. You understand what I'm saying? It really does. Likability has its place, but for me to chase being liked means I have to compromise. I'm not here to compromise. I'm here to just tell you what it is. Like, that's how they getting at us, through our kids. That's it. How you get to the kids? Through your woman. How you get to the woman? Get her to neutralize the man. How you get her to neutralize the man? Neglect his thinking. That disregard for his thinking doesn't start when he's a grown man that she doesn't like. It starts when he's a little boy. She's too busy pouring whatever she has into him without any regard or concern for what he actually thinks. Yes. And most black men who were raised by black women know that. You know that. Let me see, what am I looking for? I was looking for something. Oh. Yes, because I have to rest and get ready for tomorrow. That's another reason why I'm not trying to be up here long, because I got to present later on today. So I'm like, yo, so I could save some for tomorrow. Y'all know normally I'd be up here speaking 8 hours, some crazy stuff. But not today. Okay? I mean, damn near might as well, but I appreciate the love. I appreciate the appreciation. More so, like I said, what matters is when it translates to substantive, objective support. That's it, right? You are the pillars of the Bet Ahmose, of the House of Ahmose, right? We win if you determine that we win. Okay? We lose if you determine that we lose. You can't, hey, look, you can't not take care of the sails on your boat and then complain when you lose the sailboat race. You win the sailboat race because you took care of the sails on your boat. Okay? You cannot win a sailboat race if your sails got holes in them and they ripped and they torn. Because the wind gonna go right through it. You ain't gonna get no movement. You gotta make sure you subsidize your crew so they can have sails so that the vessel moves. The ship has motion. So that's what that link is there for. To make sure that this vessel moves. Okay? That's what's up. I already know I'm gonna see you in the Cash App. So I'm good. Because all of that love and respect is gonna be crystallized right there. Guys, I'm not gonna normally I have a long I cannot believe they did this to me in my media section. Like, it has never done that before. Ever. And to me, yeah, I think that's pretty whack. So the most I can give you from here is, did I do that before monetization? Wow, that's really crazy. I'm not even going to do that. Guys, I'm going to go because I'm going to see you in a little while. Tomorrow's presentation is it's about the Bible. You need to know that the next quite few presentations that I have coming up are going to be all about the Bible, Christianity, all of that stuff. And a large part of that is because I've really been neglecting my teaching, not ever my learning. I've just been neglecting my teaching. I've only been teaching privately. And I noticed that since I've been going, a lot of people have, I said this before, a lot of people have come and tried to present themselves to you as persons who really understand all of this stuff. And they don't. They're really just there, honestly, for the attention. That's what they're there for. They have a savior complex. And there's nothing wrong with a savior complex. I mean, I get it. I'm sure I have one myself. But a savior complex that has not a savior complex that has outstripped a person's checks and balances on themselves can be dangerous. It can be harmful and it can be counterproductive. Trust me when I tell you, I've known too many people that wanted to be black leaders, too many people that wanted to have that mantle of being followed by everybody. And it's like, I don't want to be followed by everybody. I just want to help black people, period. I just want to help black people solve their number one problem, which is getting this right, getting this thing out of your head. That's it. Because once you solve one problem, solving that one problem will take care of all the other problems. This is all I'm trying to tell you. I'm really trying to show you through data to understand you have a specific problem. The specific problem that you have is your specific relationship to religion, Christianity, and the black church, particularly in this country. Black people in America are religiously illiterate. And the ones that are most illiterate are the ones who are deep in the Christian apologetic community. They are the pastor community, the deacons, the apostles, whatever. They are the most religiously illiterate. Why? Because they've already been indoctrinated into a pseudo-academic system that tries to rationalize it and legitimate their insanity, their religious insanity. So I'll be breaking down a lot of that stuff. But later on today, I'll be on. I'll make sure I get some rest. I'm gonna eat healthy and get some rest, hopefully. And I should, there's no reason because I'm in it early tonight. I started early, I'm in it early. Something I'm gonna try to, something I'm not even gonna use weak language, something I'm going to continue to do. Start early, in early. Because normally, I come on at 10 o'clock, stay on until like 5 in the morning. It's like, it's not necessary. When it's necessary, I'll do that. When it's not necessary, don't do that. So with that, I'll answer a few more questions if there are any here. I love you back. Right back, Queen. I love you back. I'm doing this for y'all so that what kind of brothers would we be if we just sit back and let our women get played and don't do nothing about it? And we don't put them up on game and say, yo, baby girl, this is what's going on. Like these people really got a system in place to make sure that you can't see it. So I'm gonna be at least like, I mean, how useless is a black man if he can't even be a CNI dog? If you know she's flying blind, at least you could do is be a freaking CNI dog for her. You can't do that, then you are utterly useless as a black man. Utterly useless. You can't show her the game that's being played. You can't say, baby girl, this is how they get us. Money can't solve this. It can't. Real estate cannot solve this. It can't. Pastors got all the money and all the real estate, or the wealthy ones do it. How many problems in the black community did T.D. Jakes solve? How many problems in the black community did Kemetville solve? How many problems in the black community did any of these people solve? They're not there to solve problems in the black community. So if they're not there to solve problems in the black community, why are you subsidizing them? You telling me that God sent you people that can't solve your problems? Then what good is the God you serve? That's a fair question. What good is the God you serve? He sends you people that can't solve your problems. You for a God like that, you don't need enemies. You don't need a devil. For a God like that, you don't need a devil. You don't talk. You just have an indifferent deity who doesn't care one way or the other. And if you have an indifferent deity who doesn't care one way or the other, what's the point of worshiping? These are all fair questions. You know? These are all fair questions. Nothing but respect for you back. In truth, I appreciate you. Real talk. I appreciate you, all of you. So I will see you all later today. I'm just really disheartened that my media for some reason froze. So that right there, I really have to see what is going on here. Like, did I delete something by accident? I don't know. But that really, not even let me really play anything. And I'm not playing that music video. I could play a music video, but I'm not playing that music video. No. I'm not going to do that. Let's see. It ain't even giving me that. Guys, normally I like to leave on a dope. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, because let me tell you what I'm talking about tomorrow. Let me just show you. Matter of fact, I'm going to show y'all. Okay? Let me see. This thing with my media assets being frozen is just like, what? Okay. So I'm going to show y'all what tomorrow's presentation is going to be. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah, like, I sometimes feel like, I mean, I know how hard it is. Feel me? And I know that black men want to quit and give up, and I'm like, nah. All right, so this is tomorrow's presentation, just to let you know, or later today. Okay, just to put y'all up on game. And yeah, it's gonna be some stuff. Y'all know me, I stay in trouble, right? So this one is gonna be this. Here we go. Right? Title screen, allow. This is tomorrow. No, not this one. Oh, my bad. Here we go. This one right here. This is tomorrow's presentation. I will be addressing, here we go. I will be addressing, talking about Toni Braxton and a statement she made a few months ago, where she said that racist white men wrote the Bible. Okay? This is what she said. She said Toni Braxton, the singer who I love. I fell in love with her after doing this presentation because I listened to her music the whole time I was putting it together, and I didn't know she was that good. Like, I didn't know Toni Braxton was that good. Toni Braxton is definitely the Diana Ross of, and that's a compliment. I'm sorry, that's a big compliment. She is the Diana Ross of her generation. I'll put it like that, because I can listen to her music all day, every day, and I never knew it. But she made a statement that the black community ripped her a new one for. So I decided to do a presentation to see if she was correct. And sure enough, I already knew the answer to the question, but she was correct. Racist white men wrote the Bible. And that's what we're going to be looking at tomorrow. And the entire thing is in the context of what Toni Braxton said. So we're going to actually get to the bottom. Did racist white men write the Bible? Because, you know, especially this is this is when I really started to like look at black women through another lens. Because I noticed every time we get into a historical discussion, they would retreat to their emotions. And what I try to teach them when I'm teaching them is history doesn't care about your feelings. History doesn't care about your emotions. History is dates. Dates, data, primary evidence, documentation, record. That's it. Your emotions, history doesn't care. So when somebody says something you don't agree with and it rubs your sensibilities the wrong way, the fact that it offends you, if it's a historical assertion, who cares? So what? Be offended. The facts don't care. So when Toni Braxton said the Bible was written by racist white men, and you had an army of black women from all over this country talking about, oh, that's not true. Well, what if the data says it is true, that the Bible was indeed written by racist white men? So just to let you know, to even spare you the suspense. In fact, be in suspense. Show up tomorrow. Well, I already kind of gave you the answer where I said she was right. The Bible was written by racist white men. And I still can't believe my media foes. Cold-blooded, cold-blooded. With that, I want you all to just let some of the things that I said marinate. How does it force you to think about values, decision, focus, what really matters? Because my thing is this: everybody does this. Everybody can, I don't know, they highlight things, they people. Where's the stuff that's going to move the needle? You have to move the needle. And I don't see black people with enough deep thought and data or accurate thinking, which is my favorite term. I don't see black people with enough accurate thinking that highlights what actually needs to be highlighted. It's going to move the needle. And that's because you don't have a white man directing you to do it. What'd you expect? What'd you expect? He's busy handling his own affairs. He's in his own war. Yeah, white folks are taking on fire in this thing between themselves and their brothers and sisters. Yeah. So let me get this straight. White people can go to war against white people in the name of in pursuing their interest, health, welfare, and well-being. You don't think black people are overdue for a confrontation with other black people to stop the BS? I don't know. And with that, Uncle Jasineb, Shakka-Ahmose. Normally I end it with a much more theatrical gift, if you will, or blessing. Simply to leave you feeling right, but my media is frozen, so I can't do it. I don't know. Maybe I can just look at the right. Oh, I'll be doing that. Yeah, I'll definitely. Okay. That's giving a vibe that I don't really vibe with. So let me see. See, look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at this. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say racist, multiracial men? Racist, multiracial men, both the Bible. It could be, that could be an accurate statement. But the fact that it could be an accurate statement does not preclude another statement that is legitimately accurate in the description of who created the Bible. Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it. Game been over. The game been over. I'm just trying to show black people. But here's the crazy part. I want you to think about this for a second. You could show black people that they're losing because of the specific relationship created between the black mother and the black son. Think about this. You could show them, right? Because this determines the future husbands that other black women get. So I'm showing you a mechanism that is literally placed there, that has almost like a shield placed over it so that she can't see it, which allows it to persist to the tune of trillions of dollars from four private prisons, all related to her relationship with two entities, the church and her male offspring. Now here's the deep part. Collectively, they won't do a damn thing about it. They won't have a meeting about it. They won't have a Zoom call about it. They won't go have brunch over it. Nothing. And what that tells you is not only that black women don't give a damn about what black men think. They don't give a damn. Period. That's just what it is. That's not hate. That's the evidence. I'm just judging what I know. I know there's not going to be any Zoom meetings about this. I know there aren't going to be any meetings about it at all. Because they don't care. I would tell black men that if you're not having meetings about this, and if you're not Zoom calling about this, and if you're not organizing to stop this, you are just as complicit as she is. Don't think that it's all her. You are just as guilty. Or you thought I was just going to dump it all on her? I told no. I don't work that way. I'm willing to highlight the linchpin that she is in the equation, right? Because of her value. White man's not stupid. He knew what to do in that context. But that doesn't absolve black men from doing what must be done. The longer you watch this platform, the more you are going to encounter things that will help you strategize or help you to know where to put your focus or your investment. But if you're not willing to invest in stopping this cycle, do not complain about white people, Asian people, DEI, or the death of it, intersectionality. I don't hear none of that. Zero. Nothing. You could say nothing, nada. You could say nada to me. Don't even say what's up, Shaka. I'm going to be like, don't talk to me. Because I have no respect for you. Period. This is serious stuff. This is serious business. You have an intellectual dearth. You go back and look at part 4 and look at part 3 or part 3B and 3A and then part 2 and part 1. You go back. That's the way that I had to lay them out. 1, 2, 3A, 3B, and 4. Right? So that's how many videos there are. And 5. This is 5. So I showed you what you needed to see. All I needed you to see was that IQ information. That was you needed to see that between 7 and 10 is when the IQ is forming. The same year that they are immersed in Sunday school. You're throwing your whole future away. You're literally throwing your whole future away. Let me tell you, these people like this. As long as they have a home and they have a car, as long as their children are safe and sound, that's all they care about. They do not care about your community. They care about their own family. That's it. And that doesn't make them different from everybody else. But there's a reason why wealthy people engage in philanthropy and things of that nature. And most of their philanthropy is usually reinforcing the kind of society in which they want to live. How do you think Elon Money gets all that money? Elon Musk. That's the name, Elon Money. How do you think Elon Money? See, that was a bar, Elon Money. How do you think Elon Money gets all that money? That's our money. Nobody even talks about that. That's our money. That's taxpayer money. All those government contracts he get, which is where all his trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars is. That's our money. Dude taking our money and then doing like this. Whatever. Anyway, I'm out. Uncle Johnson 𝓈𝓏𝓏. I hope you got something. Definitely go back and watch part 1. Go back and watch part 2. Go back and watch part 3A, 3B, 4, and then 5. And please leave a comment. Please make sure you like. Please, 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 please. My voice is gone, so I can't put it out there. But yeah, people. We on. All right? Uncle Johnson 𝓈𝓏𝓏. I'm out. I'm gone. Because honestly, I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat some food. I want to eat some food. I want to eat some food. All right, Hotep people. And for those, for the woman who rolled with me tonight, you really meant you. I'm doing this for y'all. Real talk. Okay. In fact, you'll see as I go on where all of this is leading to. Anyway, Uncle Johnson 𝓈𝓏𝓏. And by now, y'all should know what Hotep means. Here we go. Yeah.